Okay, Mr. Chairman, you're ready to start the meeting.
Great. Thank you so much, Cindy. Well, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for your time again today. We'll call the meeting to order. Um, Going into our consent agenda, Cynthia, have we complied with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay. Committee members, please unmute yourself and reply with present or here. Cynthia, if you could please have the roll call.
Mr. Arnold,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Berghausen,
Here.
Mr. Farrell,
Here.
Mr. Fluker,
Here.
Miss Martin. Here. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Great. Well, thank you so much. So
Zendaya,
we'll
excuse
move
me,
on.
Drew.
Yes.
Zendaya, you didn't mention my name, but I'm here as
Oh.
well, Rich Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Thomas, you
Just
are
for the
here.
record. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's okay.
We'll need to make sure that we add your name into each one of these items, Rich. I'll make sure we don't forget you.
Okay, Drew, thanks.
He's not easily forgotten.
All righty. Good catch. Good catch. So we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Zendaya, does staff have any changes to the agenda today?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. With no changes from the committee, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of the agenda as presented.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. And do we have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Committee members, if you have any changes to the agenda, please state them when called on by Zendaya. Otherwise, go ahead and unmute yourself and vote yes or no to approve the agenda. Zendaya, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Arnold,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Berghausen,
Yes.
Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mr. Fluker,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Miss Martin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, so we have no approval of minutes, so we will go directly into citizen comments and Zendaya for that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, comments concerning today's agenda items were to be submitted electronically via the town's open town hall portal. Public comment closed yesterday at 4:30. At the conclusion of open town hall, there was no public comment. However, we did have one caller signed up, but I do not see him online currently. Did you want to move forward? And then if I see him pop online, then let you know?
You know that's an interesting question because with what we're going to be doing, we're going to be going into the applicant. We're going to be going into the presentations, and I don't really want to put a situation in that we're stopping someone in the middle of their presentation to hear a citizen comment. So maybe we can give it another minute or two. Is there thoughts from the committee on that?
I agree with what you said, Drew.
Okay. Zendaya, would town staff have any additional comments on
Don't
that?
they have a window? Don't they have to be on queue by a certain time in order to be heard? And then that opportunity, it's not
That's a
unlimited.
good question. Zendaya,
Yes, sir, that is Mr. Farrell. Yes, sir, that's correct. I would say let's proceed with the hearings, and then if it comes up, I'll let you know. And if not, maybe we could hold it to the end of the day.
Yeah,
But I
would agree.
think we move on to the hearings and give the applicant
Agreed.
the allotted time.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and move on. There is no unfinished business, so our new business is the hearing of our applicants. Committee members, I understand that some of us will need to recuse ourselves from hearings today. If there's a hearing you need to recuse yourself from, please state that before the presentation begins. Otherwise, we can start to go through the applicant hearings. Zendaya, are the folks from the Coastal Discovery Museum ready and available?
Yes, Rex is online.
Great. Good morning, Rex.
Drew, excuse me, this is one of the ones that I had a question about. I serve on an advisory board with the Coastal Discovery Museum, but not on the board of directors itself. And I don't believe, nor do I believe, that Coastal thinks that the advisory board constitutes a conflict. But in case it would, and we don't have a ruling from the town's attorney on that yet, I will just recuse myself out of an abundance of caution on this. If it turns out that it's not a conflict, then I would be happy to enter into the discussions that will take place later around Coastal.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Thomas. Any other recusals for this presentation? Okay. Rex, you're up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
I am going to share my screen before I start so that you can see my presentation. Is that working? You just disappeared. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
How we do?
Okay. Does it show the PowerPoint? Because I can't see I can't see what's on the screen.
It's a page that says Coastal Discovery Museum. It's got 3 pictures on it.
Perfect. Thank you. That is my PowerPoint. There's some new members on the committee. The Coastal Discovery Museum's mission is to inspire people to care for the Low Country. And I wanted to give you some numbers on the museum itself, especially for people who are new. We have 7 full-time employees at the museum. We have 9 historic buildings at Honeyhorn. All of these are owned by the town and maintained and operated by the Coastal Discovery Museum. We have 68 acres that are open to the public 361 days a year. And this year we added another 1.5 miles of trail through the forest. We have hundreds of live animals, horses. We have 5 alligators. We have chickens, turtles, snakes, lizards, fish, and invertebrates. That's my 4-year-old helping me. He's one of our non-part-time employees feeding the chickens. We do over 1,300 programs per year. We reach over 10,000 school kids per year. Last fiscal year, so we're on a July 1st through June 30th fiscal year, we reached over 100,000 people. And since we opened at Honeyhorn in 2007, we have served over 1.3 million people at our property. Last year, our numbers, we served 103,280 patrons. Of these, 93,985 are from outside Beaufort County, and we use that as our tourism number. Just about that, everyone there is from more than 50 miles away, and that's how we calculate our 91% tourism number. Of the remainder, we had 2,881 visitors from Bluffton, which is 2.8% of our visitation, and 6,414 visitors from Hilton Head Island. And that seems like a low number, but it's actually about 20% of the permanent residents here coming to the museum every year. So it's a pretty good number. I wanted to show you the types of data we collect. And so here on the screen, for each of our programs, we measure our docent hours, whether they're adults or children that are attending, and then we take zip code data from everyone, whether they're Hilton Head Island, Bluffton, out of state or outside. Out of state includes out of Beaufort County. We were impacted by COVID like everyone was, but we did everything we could to keep operating. The governor's office declared our farmers market an essential service, and so that was allowed to stay open. We closed on March 16th when the schools closed. We closed the Discovery House to visitors coming indoors, but we kept our property open through the end of the month when the town closed all of its parks. But we required people and any of our outdoor programs to wear masks. So we instituted a mask ordinance very quickly. Despite all of our efforts, our numbers have been down significantly. For last fiscal year, where we lost several months of operating, our programs numbers are down 30%, and our total attendance was down about 25%. So far this year, through the end of September, our programs numbers are down 80%, and our total attendance is down by about 50%. Part of that is because we have been, instead of doing large programs with large numbers of attendees, we've been doing lots of private programs for family groups that come together. Our cost per visitor has gone up, mostly because of a decline in visitors, but it's still fairly reasonable. Our ATAX grant last year was for $297,500, and with our visitors reach, that comes out to about $3.17 per visitor. We do also get $125,000 from the town. Part of that is a $75,000 management fee for the property, and the rest is capital improvement support. The remaining about $1 million, $968,000, comes from grants, sponsorships, donations, and earned revenue. Last year, our total expenses came out to almost $1.4 million, and we reduced our budget as soon as we realized the impact of COVID by about $400,000, and so we were able to finish the year with a balanced budget. We really strive to be a driver of tourism, and the Chamber has been very helpful in positioning us to do this. This article came out last month. There were 10 work from home friendly hotels, and we partnered with the Sonesta to offer our blue crab experience to their visitors. And we appear in a lot of other publications that people on Hilton Head Island might not see, but a lot of tourists to the area do. We also continue to appear highly ranked in TripAdvisor, and we're third, essentially, in the things that people can do to play on Hilton Head Island. Bike trails, Caligny Beach, and Coastal Discovery Museum are top. And a lot of this is because of the experience that visitors have when they come to Coastal Discovery Museum. There are a couple I just posted here from last month, but there's over 1,000 on TripAdvisor, and you can go look at those. Mike and Spike are bloggers, and Mike came and visited one late afternoon, and I happened to be out by the horse barn. She was traveling with her dog, and we try and give everyone that comes to the museum sort of personal attention, and a lot of times when we get really good reviews, it's because they interacted with one of our staff members, sometimes with several of our staff members, and our volunteers. And so, the volunteers are also very frequently thanked and appreciated by all of our visitors. And we have noticed that on these pages like TripAdvisor, a lot of what's popular right now are experiences people can have outdoors. And so Honeyhorn's a great venue for experiencing the out of doors safely and socially distanced. Some of the programs that ATAX supports at Coastal Discovery Museum, and these are just some of them, are Low Country Critters, our farmers market, which has grown to exceed 500 visitors a day. We're Tuesdays from 9 to 1. And we now regularly have over 20 vendors, so the size really has increased over the past year. We do 7 exhibitions a year, and the marketing for these and signage is supported by ATAX. Right now we have a traveling exhibition, which we now own and hope to travel to other venues. Santa Elena Piece by Piece, which talks about the archaeology and understanding the significance of Santa Elena. And it is up through December 7th if you would like to come see it. The museum is currently letting 12 people in every half hour so we can socially distance. The ATAX also supports marketing our core exhibits, which give people an outline of Hilton Head Island's history and environment. Michael Smalls and Dino Badger are on our property 3 or 4 days a week, weaving gullah baskets, and very much appreciated by visitors to the island. All of our animal care is a significant expense for the museum, but it's one of the things that visitors love the most is getting up close to our critters. ATAX normally funds our art market, which was unfortunately scheduled for April of this year, and we had to cancel it because the property was closed. But we are planning it for 2021. It will be April 24th and 25th, and we already have a lot of vendors signed up. Many of our vendors from last year continued to be signed up and just postpone their booth fees till this year. We do educational programs all over Hilton Head Island. Our numbers were low for this year, but we expect in 2021 that we'll be able to reach numbers near what we had in 2019. I've applied for several external grants to fund interns in the summer so we can do more small groups rather than few large groups. Our Discovery Lab is open to the public, and we have started doing private programs in there like reptiles and amphibians. And we also do online programs from the Discovery Lab. We had, before Santa Elena, we had an exhibition called Conservation in the Classroom, which was done by school groups on Hilton Head Island. And part of this project, which we worked with the Audubon Society on, the kids created signs for our beaches to caution people about nesting birds and picking up trash. And so these signs were printed and installed on Mitchellville Beach. Last year, we had scheduled over 30 special events. A number of those were canceled or postponed, but these special events are really important for the island and for our tourism. We still held 11 weddings, 10 were rescheduled and 2 were canceled. We held 3 festivals and 2 were canceled, and we held 2 community events and 3 were canceled. And so a lot of those weddings we tried to push off till next year, and so we held their deposits for next year and they rescheduled them. 2021, we already have 21 weddings scheduled and 3 for 2022. And those fill a lot of hotel rooms on Hilton Head Island. We're also parking for the Concours and Heritage. Here's the slides, give you a break from words of our camellia garden, which is starting to bloom now, very early this year. Other things that are funded by ATAX are social media. We outsource that. And so all of our Facebook and Instagram posts are done through our ATAX funding. And this is Instagram, a lot of posts and followers. And our Facebook page, we reach about 25,000 people a month through our Facebook, and we have over 7,000 regular followers and a very active posting. When we came into COVID, one of the things that we realized is that our printed marketing materials were quickly out of date. So we've been doing a lot more digitally on our social media and on our website to try and drive tourists to Coastal Discovery Museum and Historic Honeyhorn. Here are some data from our website. And one of the things that I wanted to point out here on the top line is 2019, and we get our peak attendance in the summer. This year, you can see this rapid drop off in March through April, May, all the way into September. We had very depressed numbers of people visiting our website, but then it peaks again in September, and we're actually higher for much of September and into October than we were in 2019. And this is because we have been launching more online programs, including our lecture series, our educational programs. We've also adapted other things. Our Kid Zone is now as safe as it can be in COVID times. This is a new beach interactive that we installed that is touchable, but also cleanable. And our online programming, you can see where we ramped it up here in September. This blue line is 2020, the orange line is 2019. And so since we launched our really intensive online programs, we've been at or slightly above or slightly below the prior year. We have started working on a new website that should be live in December, and getting a little behind in time, so I'm going to gloss over this, but the website is really designed to engage people with the content and to engage a broader audience. So it's going to be more content rich and have more detail about the environment, history, culture, and art on the island and things that people can experience here. It seems like our website always attracts lots of in-market people who are also looking at travel and hotels, travel and trips, real estate, travel and air travel. And we're really trying with our website to engage people before they decide to come to Hilton Head Island, as well as during their visit. We work with a lot of Hilton Head Island and Beaufort County nonprofits, and we usually have a family fun day at the museum. A lot of this we're now doing digitally rather than in person. Our 2020 ATAX award was $297,500. As of October 17th, we have been reimbursed for $270,000 of this, and we have about $27,000 remaining to be spent for the last 3 months of the year. We should be through that by November. Our 2021 ATAX request for $310,000. We have redirected a lot more of this to advertising and promotion, although we still have significant components that are directed towards events or programs and facilities. Part of that is because we are really investing more in our website in the past 2 months. We've put almost $40,000 into website and web content development. We also received a Low Country Fair ATAX grant for last year. That was at the end of March and had to be canceled. And it had to be canceled at the last minute. So we had already spent about $1,700 of that ATAX money before it was canceled. and we have 32, almost 3,300 that was unspent that we will not spend. We have not figured out how to do a Low Country Fair in COVID times. We were sort of holding on to that money to see if we could do it in the spring of 2021. But I think that we should probably revert that money to ATAX because we don't have a clear plan at this point. So I'll just take a short pause here if there are any questions. That was the presentation for Coastal Discovery Museum's regular cultural and ecotourism project, but we also have a second request, which is a capital request for a renovation on our hay barn. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Rex. What we will do is we will go through the role of the committee and see if there are any additional questions, and then we can move on to your second report. Thank you for a very concise presentation, and love the fact that you were able to break it down by tour spend as well. It's a good factor for us. So I'm very appreciative of your efforts with that. So I'll go right into the role. Mr. Arnold, do you have any questions?
Yes. Good morning, Rex. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the very thorough presentation. It's unfortunate the burden you guys experienced in 2020, as a lot of other folks have too, but I know you guys are looking forward to 2021 and moving forward. Thank you for yielding back on the Low Country Fair portion. I know that's a tough thing to do. I know you guys were excited about that. I remember the presentation last year. Hopefully you can have that fair moving forward, and look forward for that application in the future. But I have no questions at this time regarding the presentation.
Okay, great. I'll go last. Mr. Berghausen.
Hello, Rex. My first year, thank you for the nice presentation. I think it was very, very well done. I did lob in a question earlier about the budget, and you responded with a great answer and cleared that up. I admired the tracking that you all have in place. I know that takes effort, particularly with 100,000 people coming through. You know, that doesn't just happen. So thank you for doing that so diligently. Cost per tourist, you're on top of that. It's not the only driver, but it's sure an important one. And you're a leader on efficiently putting the ATAX money to work. So thanks a lot for that. You've had some tough things to wrestle with this year, and it looks like you've done a great job of it. I have no further questions. You already answered them.
Sorry, on mute as usual. Mr. Farrell.
Rex, thank you for your presentation. I found your formatting be very helpful to us. It answers a lot of our questions in advance. It's almost like a model template for the presentation. You said, if I heard this correctly, you were 50% off in participation in 2020 or 19? 20.
No, so we're off 50% in participation for the first 3 months of this fiscal year, which is July, August, and September.
So for the first quarter.
Last year we had so much of the year before COVID struck that even though the impact was severe in the last 3 months, we were only down 25% in total participation.
So it was just for the first quarter you were 50% behind?
Correct.
But you were still able to balance the budget, is that right? Was that through cost savings?
It's through a combination of cost savings. So our budget this year, we budgeted a reduction of about $400,000 in our total operating budget. And we've also received a number of individual donations because we did a COVID-related appeal, and some of our supporters were very generous. What I would say the issue for us is that we're really trying to fulfill our mission, and we're doing that through online programs that do not have revenue coming back to the museum as a result of them. So they're much less strong in producing revenue than our on-site programs were.
So it was a combination of cost savings and revenue generation. It gave you the ability to still balance your budget.
Yes, and we had to let go one employee, a development staff member, who was the sort of last employee hired. She'd worked here for about a year, and that was part of our cost savings. And those responsibilities are then shared amongst the rest of our very hardworking staff.
That's always the tough part, the personnel issue. But well, bravo to you for being able to balance your budget with these unique circumstances. And at this time, I have no other. Those were more comments than questions. So thank you, Rex.
Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Fluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rex, for your presentation. I don't have any questions, but I would like to commend you on, again, your fast step into moving from the print and such into digital marketing and materials. I think in the future, I think this pandemic, if it does have one benefit, will be that organizations are going to learn to be more lean, and they'll also learn to embrace the technology where they may not have before because they didn't have to. So I applaud you on that and your cost savings, and that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Miss Martin.
Hey, that was a great presentation, Rex. I too am the first year committee member. No particular questions. I find it pretty amazing how you had an incredible 2019 fiscal year leading up to March, is what I'm hearing, because I think you would have been ahead of schedule had the whole fiscal year been produced, right? Okay. I do have one question. It looks like you're very far reaching beyond just Beaufort County. You talked about, people who visit Hilton Head and come to Honeyhorn are typically people who stay overnight or stay for a length of time in our property. So that's really, really good. And are you looking at, well, we're already into a quarter of your fiscal year for 2020, 2021. Are you looking at that being the case now that you're able to do your farmer's market and open up a few things here and there with the mask requirement? Are you looking at that being about the same or even better in 2021?
Yeah, so what we found this past summer, even though our visitation was lower, our tourism number was higher. So at the Discovery House, I think I looked at the numbers for July, we were 99% tourists coming through the Discovery House. And I think the reason for that is because people that live on Hilton Head Island did not want to go anywhere near all of the tourists, right? So it's hard to know exactly what that number means. But yeah, I think that we'll continue to see those numbers that, like, what I hear from tourists that I talk to on the property is a lot of them come here for a week every year, and Coastal Discovery Museum is part of that planned experience. So they've been here before, they know what we have, they want to do a different program here. Sometimes they want to do the same program. I lead the Blue Crab Discovery program sometimes. And last year, one of the people that took it said this is the third year in a row. He comes and he does the Blue Crab program with his family or with other guests. And so, yes, I think that will continue. But I've also seen in our online programs, including our educational programs, a lot of participation from out of state. So last week we did a reptiles and amphibian program for kids, and there were kids in like Colorado and Ohio that were signed up for it. And I think they're kids who are here in the summer, know about Coastal Discovery Museum, and then are signing up for our education programs remotely from other states. And so I think that actually works to build this sort of loyalty of tourists to Hilton Head Island because they care about the environment, they care about the history there.
And one last question with the, TripAdvisor reach and, Facebook and Instagram and all that, do you see, are you able to even calculate or get a indication of word of mouth in terms of, because a lot of these things is word of mouth, people coming to the museum as a result of word of mouth and other people having come. Do you look at that at all, or are you even able to measure that?
We have looked at that by doing a survey, and it was 2 years ago that we did that survey, and it was fascinating. About 20% of our visitors had heard about us word of mouth, and one of them still sticks in my mind. It was a tourist, and they had stopped at the gas station, and they'd asked the gas station attendant what they should do, and they're like, "Well, the first thing you have to do is go to Coastal Discovery Museum, and they'll tell you what else you need to do here." And so I think that word of mouth is not just from our members and volunteers. There's people in the community really know that we're the place to go to sort of orient tourists towards what's available here.
That's great. Thank you so much, and great presentation again.
Yes, thank you so much, Rex.
Now,
yeah, I was going to say.
Can I go back to sharing my screen for the second presentation?
Yes.
I'll do it
Yes,
very
please
quickly
do,
so
and
I
then
don't
we've
waste
got
time.
to power through because we're running a little behind.
Yep, I'm going to go fast.
All right, thank you,
My
sir.
screen share is disabled right now, though. I think that might be through the town.
Zendaya,
Okay,
can you help?
I've got it back. Yep. Can you see me again?
Not yet. There you are.
Okay. So the second request is related to Santa Elena, and it's for renovation of our hay barn. And if you're familiar with our property, if you've been to events on our lawn, you cannot see the hay barn. You can see the horse barn, which is in front of it. The hay barn is circled here, and it's the largest building on our property. It's 2 floors and has about 6,400 square feet of usable space.
Excuse me just a second. Rex, I'm not seeing your slides now.
Okay.
Is everybody
I'm not
else?
seeing it either.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing it either.
All right, let me go back to, let me see if I can go back to screen share. It says I'm sharing.
I had seen it, but just for like 2 seconds when I said I saw it, and then it went away.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, and then I'll see if I can come back to it. Sorry for that. I'm sharing it by the screen instead of by the program. Can you see that now?
There, I think I see your screen. Looks like an email or some written word.
No. I'm going to stop sharing.
No, go back to doing what you were doing, Rex. It was there. It looked like the presentation was just maybe underneath.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was sharing the wrong screen. I have 2 screens on my
There
computer.
it goes.
Got it.
Is it the right screen?
Yes.
Can you see where the hay barn is here outlined?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's about 6,400 square feet of usable space that is currently not being used, and that's the largest building on our property. And there's a photograph of it from the side. We have some rough estimates for this renovation to turn it into a climate-controlled exhibition space. And the total cost is about $1.5 million, and the timeline on that is probably 12 to 18 months. Here are some photographs of the interior of the building. It is a wide open space that would really turn into great exhibition and storage space, as you'll see it has no windows. One of the things that is really important, and I don't know if I can go through all of this, is that this story of Santa Elena is not just about Paris Island. It's this entire 100-year period between Columbus and the founding of Jamestown that revolves around Port Royal Sound. This Ponte Santa Elena, named by Spanish explorers in 1526, really referred to the headlands of Hilton Head Island in this Port Royal Sound area. Then Port Royal was overlaid upon that by France as part of their contest for the Americas in 1562. Santa Elena was the first settlement and the first European capital of North America, starting in 1566, with about 400 residents here. And it's a National Heritage Landmark site and the most pristine 16th century archaeological site in America. The Santa Elena History Center did a tremendous amount of work getting the story out there and really understanding the story and funding additional research. And what I want to do is I want to tell this story on Hilton Head Island, where it is accessible to our tourists. We have a location at Honeyhorn, which is great. We would like to operate tours to Paris Island from here, and that seems like a really strong possibility. It encourages heritage tourism and longer stays on the island. The story is now in the 4th grade elementary school textbooks in South Carolina, and so we're going to see this story being told more and more frequently. And it's a complex story that is not just about the Spanish and the Spanish and French contest for the New World. It's about the Native Americans that were here before that and what happened after the Spanish left here. So it's a great complex story. We have images, artifacts, active archaeology going on. Here are some photographs of portions of the exhibit that are now installed in Coastal Discovery Museum. There are artifacts, replicas, stories of daily life at Santa Elena in the 16th century. In Beaufort, there's a lot of success, but it did not have the breadth of visitors that we benefit from here. They still hosted replica ships, national conferences, low country fairs. In terms of the funding for the new building, we have applied for ATAX money from the county. This Hilton Head Island ATAX, I have raised $415,000 so far that we have in hand for capital expenses, and about $334,000 that I expect to raise to supplement existing funds and ATAX money if we can get that to bring us up to our 1.5 million. Thank you. Sorry, I went a little over.
All good, Rex. Great stuff. Let's go through the roll real quick and ask any additional questions. Mr. Arnold.
I'm good at this time. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rex.
All right, Mr. Berghausen.
Thanks, Rick. It's a good presentation again. You all do such a good job, and the community really responds. You do a great job of leveraging our cherished ATAX dollars. That said, your ask is tough for us this year because this is a tough year for us. We expect to have significantly fewer dollars to spread around, and that's the challenge, and we just have to see how this all shakes out. Tell us, can you comment at all, what would be the impact on you if we delayed this from our side?
One of our issues is we now have all of this exhibition material in storage, and it can't stay in storage forever without deteriorating. So what I would say from our standpoint, I understand that this is a tough year, and there are a lot of really needy organizations. It could be delayed. It could be that if there was partial funding, it would allow us to get started on the building and do some work. And I'm still out there looking for other funding. potentially from the state, potentially through private grants. And so it might not be possible to do the full ask, but I thought I'd put that out there, just in case there was a lot of extra money that came in the fall.
Yeah, I'm not trying to suggest that there's a conclusion here. I'm just putting it out there. You are absolutely one of the most efficient users of our money that we have. So thank you very much for doing that, and I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Well, thank you, Rex. I don't have any questions. I do see the tremendous benefit to it. I just hope it's something we're able to do, and I appreciate your thorough presentation.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Fluker.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Martin.
Hello, Your Honor. No additional questions. I just hope that we can find some of those funds for you, Rex. I think it's a great project, actually.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Recused.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that, Rich. And again, what I would say, Rex, is we appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation. It's really good. I think it's a tremendous thing. Again, to be able to show the history, culture, and heritage of our area is just so important. So again, we really appreciate the efficiency of your presentation, the data that was in it, and how you collect your data. And just continue to be as consistent as you can with that. It makes our decision-making process so much easier. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the entire jury.
Too funny. Thanks, Rex. All righty, Cindy, I know we're a couple minutes behind, but are the folks from the Arts Center of the Coastal Carolina available?
Yes, sir. I have Jeffrey and also Andrea online. And Art Center, you are free to share your screen whenever you are ready.
There's Andrea. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, while she's sharing the screen, good morning. I'm Jeffrey Reeves. I am the President and CEO of the Arts Center of Coastal Carolina, and with me is Andrea Gannon, our Vice President of Marketing. Thank you for the opportunity to present a summary of the key elements of our 2021 ATAX grant application. In-depth info is in the executive summary and grant application itself, the additional documents sent to you, and the following slides. Today, 4 key items we wish to share with you are how we program for our patrons while maximizing our visitor attendees, how we approach our tourism marketing to accomplish success in attracting visitors to our programs, and the final fiscal year 20 results and return on investment of our ATAX grant support. Now, all of this is taking into account the impacts of COVID-19 on the Arts Center in 2020 and anticipated in 2021. The Arts Center opened in 1996, and we are starting our 25th year, our silver anniversary. It is a nonprofit multi-arts organization which owns a 45,000 square foot visual performing arts facility on 4.6 acres. Since opening, we have had nearly 1.6 million program attendees. The Arts Center is South Carolina's 3rd largest arts organization and largest professional theater. We operate 360 days per year in a non-pandemic year. And our fiscal year runs September 1st through August 31st. I never thought I would ever see the time where 2020 would be a noun, an adjective, verb, and expletive all at once. On March 13th, the Arts Center closed to the public and began developing contingencies for our upcoming programs and performances. On March 23rd, the state government began restricting gatherings and recommending stay at home, work from home. And by government mandate, arts centers and theaters were the first to close and the last allowed to open, creating a necessity for our staff to be nimble and agile as we learn to constantly be ready to pivot and create a new iteration of what we do and how we do it. Ultimately, 79 of our planned 167 performances had to be canceled. However, we did accomplish 88 performances before COVID. During this intermission from live theater, we were not idle. We immediately refocused on increased virtual engagement, which will be touched on later in our presentation. Beginning in April, we started researching, planning, and prepping the facility for the eventual return of staff and patrons. Now that we are starting live events again this weekend, we have globally recommended practices in place in order to help keep our staff and patrons healthy. Listed here are the main protocols for patrons, supported by a much more detailed and comprehensive company-wide plan based on input from many sources and national authorities. Our tourism programming and strategy for fiscal year 21 for our modified schedule includes 3 theater productions with 102 performances, 17 presenting artists with 33 performances, 6 second stage productions, which is a brand new programming effort for streaming, and 3 free community festivals. While not part of our grant request, but still an important programming area, we provide education programs through visual and performance workshops, lectures, student field trips, and artists and education residencies, creating unique youth and adult learning experiences, all now going virtual. In fiscal year 20, we still provided over 13,000 education services, bringing us to 283,000 services since 1996. Overall, for fiscal year 21, we have 208 performances and programs planned for the year, which is remarkable considering the new iteration of our season is only 21 less than our pre-pandemic average schedule. Some of our notable events during fiscal year 20, we hosted a vintage auto film exhibition on October 31st with classic car displays and screening the racing legend Hurley Haywood's documentary. We also co-presented with Bluffton Book Festival on November 22nd, a panel conversation with Tina Lifford, star of Oprah's Queen Sugar, bringing a mainland event to the island. During the pandemic shutdown, we offered a free video conferencing virtual play club where participants read a role followed by dramaturgical insight and discussion. We had participants from New Hampshire, Hawaii, Massachusetts, New York, and Georgia. In fiscal year 21, we are producing a new second stage virtual theater series for streaming featuring 5 theatrical works plus a bonus concert event with award-winning Voices of El Shaddai. Each will begin with a 30-second promotion of Hilton Head Island for visitors. Again, we are partnering with the Bluffton Book Festival in a new format to produce 6 virtual keynote events and discussions, which includes Kwame Alexander and James Patterson. All events have national and international exposure. Important to the Arts Center are our community collaborations and partnerships. Here is a select list of 26. A more comprehensive list is in your info package. I wish to point out that the Art League has been in residence in our gallery since 2010, and Island School Council for the Arts maintains an office space in our building. In addition, we average $18,000 in annual ticket donations to community organizations. The current revision of our fiscal year 21 theater schedule is included in the documents you received. So selections are based on our annual audience survey results, with 49% responding from beyond 50 miles. This demonstrates that our visitors are still interested in our programming and our community beyond their normal visits here. For 2021, we will have a 3-show theater series with 102 performances scheduled during key tourist months. All of these are with current government-mandated limited capacity at 50% of our house, or 165 seats per performance. Our intermission and live performances birthed our second stage series, smaller productions which will be streamed. This allows us to produce intimate, thought-provoking works that wouldn't normally be part of our main stage series. Our first is Voices of El Shaddai in Concert, to celebrate their South Carolina Folk Heritage Award. This will also be free to our community as a thank you for all of their support during these times. The others are a wide range of genre, including 2 American heroes, comedy, musical, and a Tony Award-winning play. Not only will we promote these to our 17,000 plus nationwide patron database, but we will cast a wide net and target audiences across the country beyond the current Arts Center patronage. We will also introduce each second stage stream production with a 30-second promotional video of Hilton Head Island and the multifaceted destination offerings for our visitors. In presenting, we will have 17 artists with 33 great performances still at the government-mandated reduced capacity. Again, ranging from dance to comedy to contemporary and international music, including a mentalist for fun at the holidays and hopefully good news predicted for 2021. This is the most presenting we've ever had, with 9 scheduled in November and December alone. We plan 3 free community festivals again in 2021. All of them are in partnership with local organizations. However, current government mandates limit attendance for 250 for outdoor events. And again, our major programming area not part of our request, our year-round education programs are remaining virtual for next year. Now, Andrea Gannon, our VP of Marketing, will now review our tourism marketing strategies.
Thank you, Jeffrey. This slide lists some awards that the Art Center's garnered over the past few years, which is indicative really of the success that we've had in reaching residents, visitors, and an ever-expanding audience base. Soon we'll have a couple of additions to the list, but we aren't yet able to announce those quite yet. With our marketing, we tailor each campaign to the specific production, presenting artist, or special event. Because each show has a different target market by virtue of the program and who it attracts, we employ a unique strategy for maximum effectiveness and reach. We continually refine and expand these strategies, and currently, due to the pandemic and visitor confidence from our drive market, we are focusing many efforts in this southeastern region rather than, for example, the Northeast and other areas at this time. Our digital marketing strategies have been more of a focus than in print recently. And we also run paid social media advertising and a number of TV commercials for our productions. Sorry, did I skip ahead? Sorry. Which run on Bravo, Lifetime, HGTV, Hallmark, Food Network, TLC, TNT, and WHHI. We also have a great media partnership with Savannah's WSAV TV. We do distribute and mail over 140,000 collateral pieces, including season brochures, rec cards, flyers, and postcards. Distribution includes all South Carolina Welcome Centers and both airports. The Hilton Head Airport, everybody just saw, we're getting Southwestern Air, that's great. Also includes a dynamic LED screen promoting current or upcoming shows. Further, we produce an on-center magazine that patrons are encouraged to take home, and this year we also offer a digital version to be deployed with patrons' pre-confirmation show email. On-Center magazine not only promotes Art Center programming, but community-wide news as well. Our direct referrals. So over the past several years, the Art Center has really taken good care to cultivate an incredible source of direct referrals throughout the hospitality industry in Southern Beaufort County. We now have over 300 professionals. Those are concierges, marketing coordinators, front desk personnel throughout our area who are in direct frontline contact with these visitors, many of whom are in communication with visitors while they're in the planning stages for their vacations. These professionals receive an invitation to our private dress rehearsals, and throughout the year we remain in ongoing contact with this group, providing updates and special offers on forthcoming events, productions, presentations, etc., that they pass on to their clients to create a planned experience that is centered around Art Center's offerings. We work in tandem with this network to promote visitorship, basically. One example of this teamwork was in the creation last year of theater getaways, which are vacation packages for specific Art Center shows and related benefits. We look forward to resuming these in February with our production of Noises Off. As Jeffrey mentioned, we have added an abundance of digital programming to the mix. In addition to the Play Club that he mentioned and our second stage productions, we've also produced behind-the-scenes how-to videos that have been hugely popular, quarantini interviews, which is exactly what it sounds like, martini in quarantine over an interview, of performers and directors, as well as encore performance videos from professional Art Center actors, virtual education videos, including our Cyber School of Art, virtual art club, as well as week-long summer camps and a variety of education workshops and field trips. Our summer camps last year, or just a few months ago, last fiscal year, were promoted nationwide, and we had attendees from a variety of states, including an adorable little girl from California who had to rise quite early to attend that 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time camp. Also in our digital marketing world, we designed and built a new website completely done in-house that was launched in early spring. The website has had 262,000 unique visits since September and has a great deal of new functionality we're very excited about. In part due to our increased virtual events and offerings, the Art Center's social media presence has grown exponentially. Since September 1, our Instagram has had 43,000 plus impressions, and our Facebook has had over 79,000 impressions. YouTube has skyrocketed, increasing 999% with 177,000 impressions since September 1 as well. Beyond social media, we have delivered 620,000 plus digital ad impressions to the Southeastern Drive market, including Garden and Gun, Southern Living, Better Homes and Gardens, as well as newspapers including the Charlotte Observer and the State. To reiterate Jeffrey's comment, we have not been idle during this time. We have created fresh new content and programming with the goal of keeping our expanding audience engaged and the Art Center in front of mind awareness. And with a return to live programming in the theater at 50% capacity resuming this weekend, we are widely promoting the multitude of offerings we have for the rest of the fiscal year, with efforts geared toward audience re-engagement for in-person attendance. And now Jeffrey will provide you with the successful results demonstrating our tourism marketing effectiveness and programming appeal.
Thank you, Andrea. These results come from our robust ticketing system, which requires a zip code on all transactions and also allows us to target marketing analysis in direct mail, digital email advertising, and auto follow-up messaging. These results are actual for the period leading up to the government-mandated COVID suspension for art centers and theaters in March 2020. For pre-pandemic fiscal year 20, all programs and events resulted in a total of 41,000 attendees. Of this, there were a total of 30,154 attendees at ATAX-related performances. Then we have 7,936, or 26%, from beyond 50 miles, and 9,676, or 32%, from off-island. This is a total of 17,612, or 58%, beyond 50 miles and off-island visitors, which keeps the Arts Center as a significant driver and enhancer for island visitorship. I do want to note, if we included projected attendance for all the canceled events, we were on schedule to exceed fiscal year 19 results. Our visitor economic impact is calculated using the factors available from the Town of Hilton Head Office of Cultural Affairs, Americans for the Arts Economic Impact Study. In fiscal year 20, we saw $2.3 million in economic impact from our 50-plus miles tourism attendance, which is a 7-to-1 return on our fiscal year 20 ATAX grant reimbursements through August 31st. And when combined with the local audience impact of 7.5 million, that brings us to over 9.8 million in total overall economic impact for 2020. Again, that is during the year of COVID. Our 2021 grant request is $325,000 for tourism programming and marketing. This does not include $90,750 remaining from our 2020 grant, which we will use by year's end. And our request is only 7.5% of our operating budget, which previously was 9 to 11%. I must note that our request would have been $406,000 based on results and qualifying expenses. But in order to be equitable, and in light of the anticipated projections of total Hilton Head ATAX receipts decreasing due to COVID, we decided to reduce our request for this year by 20%. With this in mind, our eligible programming and marketing expenses total $424,000. And if you add eligible facility and administrative overhead of $395,000 not included as part of this grant request, our total eligible base would be nearly $820,000. As in prior years, we have achieved, demonstrated, documented, and provided appropriate results in support of our grant request, and all accomplished in spite of the current health climate. Our programming, even during a time of COVID, still provides the entire community a significant return on investment from our ATAX grant. Thank you again, and now Andrea and I are ready for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jeffrey and Andrea. Great presentation. Really well done. Kudos to you for quantifying everything, and again, very appreciative of your ability to address your request needs in light of the COVID situation. So we very much appreciate that. We'll go through the roll call and ask questions. Mr. Arnold.
Good morning. Great presentation as always.
Thank you.
It's good to see that you guys have been able to be nimble and make changes in 2020, especially in the theater scene where it was basically shut you guys down. So it's good to see that you've shifted to a digital platform and doing the streaming. I'm excited to see more eyes via the web onto the island and the exposure to the Art Center. Thank you as well for your consideration of other applicants and the decreased funding that will be available this year. So I have no questions though. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen.
And thank you again. Very well done. We respect what you have accomplished. It's great tracking work that you do. Just the completion of the Jeffrey, as it shows so much, very articulate. For me, this is the model one of the day. If that makes you feel good, you can't take that.
Yeah.
But in terms of how you went about this and the amount of thought you gave it, it's just first rate and really helped do your job right. So thank you. I have no other thoughts or questions.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell?
Sorry about that. I too thank you, Jeffrey and Andrea, for your presentation. It is a model. It was a wonderful presentation. It answers a lot of our questions. So much of what we're dealing with in all aspects of island living is unanticipatable. And some of it is. I applaud you on your nimble response to so much of it, and I look forward to filling those seats. I know you're at governmental agencies are requiring you to function at limited capacity, as we are. All of us are in our various roles. So congratulations on your many successes, and I look forward to many more. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. I miss live theater, and I'm looking forward to when we can all get back together and do that. So I appreciate.
I agree with that.
I agree. Friday night is a salute to our very generous. I'm going to get sort of emotional here. I'm sorry. It's going to be quite an event. Our staff is ready. They want to do what they do, and we are now. This is our internal joking since April in planning. We're now in our second version of a calendar, but the 14th version of the schedule. So we always have something in the back wings ready to go, and we're anxious and eager for everyone to return safely and join us again. We're proud of what we do, but thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And then Ms. Martin.
No specific questions, but I too miss theater and being part of that elite group that Andrea mentioned in terms of marketing and concierging here on the island. I know the importance of the type of people that come to the theater, that spend money in our hotels and in our resorts, and that spend a lot of money at our shops and our restaurants. So I fully support your presentation. It was great with your details and statistics, and I certainly hope that we can support that for this coming year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Thomas.
Well, I echo the kudos on the quality of the presentation, and also want to kind of echo what John said about nimbleness. I think what you've done in terms of your response to this has been a model of resiliency, and it's really remarkable what you've accomplished. So thank you for a great presentation. I have no specific questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Well, with that, we'll wrap up. But Jeffrey, Andrea, again, given the format, given the fact that we're doing this Zoom, tremendous application, tremendous presentation. And again, we can't thank you enough for your consideration to the entire community with your request this year. But really hope to have nothing but success. We're all supporters of the arts. It's a great driver for our market. We really appreciate it. So thank you again very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will move on. We're still behind a good bit. Do we have Concord ready to go, Zendaya?
We do. I see Lindsay Harrell online.
Good morning.
Yep, and I believe Kelly Smith. Yes. So you're free to start whenever you're ready, Lindsay.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Let me share my screen so you can see our presentation. Oh. Zendaya, I'm not able to share my screen at the moment. There we go. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Okay.
I do.
Well, good morning. I'm Lindsay Harrell. I am the president of the Hilton Head Island Concord Elegance and Motoring Festival, and I'm joined today by Bob Lee, who sits on our board and oversees all of our financials, and also Kelly Smith, who oversees our social media presence. This has been an interesting year. For those of you who were at our presentation last fall, you probably knew that I was taking over the reins from our former president, Carolyn Van Agel, after last year's event. So needless to say, it's been a very interesting first year in this new role. I can't imagine how tired you all are going to be of hearing about COVID-19 throughout these presentations, but unfortunately, it's part of everyone's story this year. No one's gone untouched, and we're no exception to that. Today is actually a little bit of a tough day for us. Today would have been the official start to this year's event. If we hadn't had to cancel due to COVID, we would be zipping over to Savannah right after this presentation to set up and have our Pace Lap party tonight in City Market. So today is a tough one to swallow, but we've got some positive things to report to you, which I'm excited to share. And before I really get into it, I just wanted to note that this picture that you're seeing here is from our event last year. This was the Historic Vehicle Association exhibit that we had. It was the first time we had partnered with them, the first time any Concours event had partnered with them, and the ATAX funds were significant in us pulling this exhibit together last year. So I wanted to point that out. It was by far one of our most popular exhibits and something that we hope to continue to do and partner with the HVA on. So I just wanted to point that out because we were quite proud of that effort last year. I'm trying to advance my screen. Bear with me 1 minute. There we go. So when we met with you last year, we had not yet had our 2019 event. We were heading over that afternoon to start it and kick it off in Savannah. So while I know you've read our application, you've seen some of our results from 2019, I just wanted to share with you some of the quick highlights. We again achieved record attendance last year, both at the overall event, including Savannah, and at the Hilton Head event alone. At Hilton Head, we had over 18,000 attendees, of which half of those came from outside of a 50-mile radius. Based on that tourism number of a little over 9,000, we generated about $10.5 million in economic impact just for the Hilton Head Island portion of the event, and over $4 million in room revenues. Our attendance at the Hilton Head event last year was about 6% above, just shy of 6% above our 2018 attendance, which was also a record. So we were quite proud of what we were able to pull off last year. We had tremendous weather. For those of you who came out and saw the event, it was by far our best event, and really set a good tone for what we were hoping was to come for 2020. But as you know, unfortunately, we had to cancel the event due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We actually made the decision to cancel in late May of this year. And we got a number of people who didn't quite understand the early decision to cancel. But what we were doing was basically, it was a conservative approach to protect ourselves as much as possible given the uncertainties around the pandemic. The sooner we canceled, the more money we could reserve or conserve. And you see that just with the ATAX funding as well. I mean, last year you all awarded us for use for our 2020 event $282,000. We have used or committed to $73,000 to be used in the year 2020, of which 60% of that was committed to before the cancellation of the event back in May. The other 40% of that funds that have been committed to since the cancellation have been to start promoting for 2021 already, and then also to support some of the virtual events that we have held this year, which I'll share with you more in just a moment. But we'll be carrying over $209,000 of last year's award to use for promoting 2021. Now, our request was $88,000 this year, and so we're essentially just trying to make up for the funds that we spent in 2020. But we added a little bit to it to help support getting noteworthy cars to the event. We have seen over the last few years a big difference between ourselves and our major competitors at Pebble and Amelia. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars annually to transport specialty cars to the event that help then support the marketing and the promotion to build excitement. And we have spent, I think the most we've ever spent in 1 year has been about $12,000. So we are quite a bit different. So we would like to get some additional funds, if possible, to help support some sort of star-worthy cars, if you will. Additionally, the one thing we had talked with you all about last year in our presentation was a desire to really pivot our marketing efforts to a primarily digital platform. As you all know, we have been more traditional in our marketing efforts to date. We focused heavy on print. And we analyze the data that we get from our surveys, from our newsletter registrations, from our zip code collections to kind of see what's working and what's not. But the thing that we're excited about for digital, and unfortunately we didn't really get to do it this year given the circumstances, so this will be a priority moving forward into 2021. And the thing that's so great, as you all know, is sort of the instantaneous results that you can track with a digital buy. If something's not working, you can switch gears and shift right away versus waiting for the end of the year results and making a shift for the next calendar year. So that's something we will again be making a priority for 2021 and are excited to really dive into, which we've been dipping our toe, and we're excited to make the full plunge into digital next year. So what do you do in a year with no event? We spent a good bit of time talking amongst ourselves about, what can we do? What do we do? Our primary business is to bring people to an event that love cars and love luxury. So it was a bit of a pivot for us this year, as you can imagine. What we've done is developed a virtual schedule of events, not to replace what we normally do, but to complement what we normally do. We had a lot of people pushing for a virtual concours. And we pushed back saying that's just giving our show away next year, giving it away online this year. So instead of doing that, let's do some events that complement what we do normally and build excitement for our return to the show field in 2021. So with these events, what we've been able to do is keep ourselves out in front of the public, make sure people know that we haven't gone away, that we are still here and we will be back next year. We've been able to maintain and build on relationships with key sponsors and key industry executives and key supporters. And we've actually developed a number of new relationships through these virtual events and support of, mutual support of one another. And we've been able to raise some money along the way too. I mean, as you can imagine, with no event this fall, revenue has basically halted. We're not selling tickets, we're not selling sponsorships. So we've been able to operate a fundraising campaign and get some sponsors engaged in some of the virtual content that we're doing. And I just want to take you through some of these highlights to give you an idea of really what it means to us and what it means to the island. The Driving Young America Boulevard powered by Castrol was something new that we introduced at the event last fall in relationship with Castrol and Michelin. When we canceled the event, they were among the first that we called to let them know what was going on. And it was very much quickly decided amongst the three partners that we didn't want to see scholarship or educational opportunities go away for students just because the event was not happening this fall. So we quickly pivoted and turned this into an educational series. We've got 4 events on the calendar. We actually just added a 5th event, which I'm very excited about. The ones that we still have to come are our Michelin Junior Challenge Design Program. We will be hosting a finalist presentation next Sunday, which would have been our Concourse Sunday, November 1st. We will have our panel of expert judges joining us. You guys know these names from past years, but just to name a few, Ralph Gil from Fiat Chrysler will be joining us again. Morey Callum from Ford will be joining us again. Michael Simcoe from General Motors has not attended this event before. He was scheduled to come this fall and has agreed to participate with us virtually. And then, of course, our favorite Jay Ward from Pixar Animation Studios. So we've got a great group of people involved and engaged and continuing to support this event. I hope you all will join us for these events that are still to take place too. And then new to our schedule, which we have not announced yet because we're still pinning down the date, but we are going to be working with Jaguar North America and their Formula E racing team to give a private exclusive tour of the Formula E race car. This particular event is especially exciting because it takes us internationally. Formula E is an international organization, and Jaguar North America has over 17 million followers. Add to that Castrol's 3 million followers, and we could be potentially in front of the eyes of 20 million people with this program. This is not something that Jaguar has done given COVID, so this is exciting that we've brought this to them and they've agreed to do this, and just excited to have them on board this year in this strange year. In addition to the Driving Young America, we are going to be hosting 2 more. We've had 3 and we'll be hosting 2 more Tuesday Toast to Women Driving America virtual happy hour events. This is a continuation of the Women Driving America program that we started last year at the event and hope to have as an annual feature every year. And we've gotten Tito's Handmade Vodka on board to sponsor that. We've done some live museum tours. We've worked with the Auburn Cord Duesenberg Museum on 2 live events, and we'll be hosting a 3rd before the end of the year. They're in Auburn, Indiana. They are not someone that we really had much of a partnership with before, but are developing quite a relationship through these programs. And we also offered a tour of the Lane Motor Museum in Nashville, Tennessee as well. The next event on the list is called A Man in His Car. This is one that I'm very excited about personally. We had an editor come into the event back in 2017 from Condé Nast Traveler, and that was done as part of our relationship with the Hilton Head Island Chamber of Commerce and Visitors and Convention Bureau and Condé Nast. They brought an editor in, and he loved the event, came back in 2018 to start building content for what he was working on at that point, which was his new book, A Man in His Car. The book just came out and is available for sale as of last week. We had talked with Matt Hranick, who is the author, about doing a panel discussion at our event this fall. Obviously, that again changed and we've pivoted, and we're going to be hosting this event virtually online on Sunday, November 8th. It'll be Matt and about, I think, 4 of the people that he captured at the Hilton Head Island Concours that are featured in the book. So the Hilton Head Concours actually plays a pretty large part in the book, which we were very excited about. And Haggerty Insurance, a classic car insurance company that's been a longtime sponsor of ours, has signed on to help with promotion of this. They have over 2 million followers and will be streaming this event live on their Facebook page. Their live events normally capture between 40 and 60,000 people. So that's, a great promotional partner to have on board with us. We're also partnered with Classic Motorsports Magazine, a media partner of ours, that's hosting a Concours de Cancellation. And what that is basically a way to support all of the Concours events that have been canceled throughout the year around the country. This is the first time I've seen Concours events work together in this way, and it's been really neat to see how it's all come together. So that is a fun event, but they're also hoping to raise some money for all of the events around the country, because it's not easy to keep your doors open when you're not able to host your event. And then, of course, we've gone out to our loyal exhibitors, judges, car clubs, and initiated a fundraising campaign as well to help support and raise some money in a really challenging year. With these events, we have been able to keep our online audience engaged, and in the last 90 days alone, we've hosted 6 events and we've reached over 100,000 people. So this format, as strange as this is, what I think we've done to ourselves is give us a new line of business. I think you're going to see these virtual events become a part of our fabric of what we are. I think it'll look a little bit different. I think, instead of a tour of a museum, Lexus might tour you through their latest and greatest car that you're going to be able to test drive at the event in the fall. So, this is something I think our sponsors are liking. I think they'll utilize us more for pre-promotion, and we'll give some entertainment throughout the year online in addition to our physical event on the island in the fall. So 2021, as you can imagine, we're all really excited to get into 2021 and start back up planning for our physical event next fall. This was supposed to have been our 19th year, so our 19th annual celebration will now be fall of 2021. We are working, we'll have a very similar format to what you are used to from previous years. We'll have the events at the airport, we'll have our car club showcase, and of course our Concours on Sunday. But we've got some exciting partnerships that I wanted to share with you as well. And then this speaks to, I think, the growth of the event. We are going to be partnering with both the Classic Car Club of America and the Stutz Club to host 2 of their national annual events. The Grand Classic will be the Classic Car Club of America's event next year on Saturday in conjunction with our Car Club Showcase. And the Stutz Club is going to host their Grand Stutz annual national event as well on Saturday in conjunction with the Car Club Showcase. The Legends of the Autobahn is a pretty exciting addition to our schedule next year. If anyone is familiar with the Pebble Beach Concours and the Monterey Auto Week that leads up to the Pebble Beach Concours, the Legends of the Autobahn has become kind of a staple event on that schedule. They approached us at the end of last year to talk about doing a Legends of the Autobahn first ever East Coast edition. The Autobahn is consistent of the BMW Car Club of America, the Mercedes-Benz Car Club of America, and the Audi Club of America. And they come together and put on this car show. This, again, will be a part of our Saturday show. It will be staged on the 18th of Robbers Row, and we'll add about 200 additional cars to the show. In addition to the Autobahn event, which will be on Saturday, 2 of the 3 clubs, the BMW Club and the Mercedes Club, have decided to host their annual national club events on the island leading up to the weekend. So you'll see BMW and Mercedes-Benz presence throughout the island that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday leading up to the weekend of the Hilton Head Island Concours. I think that this is a great thing, a great sign of things to come. The fact that clubs are seeing the island as a venue for their annual national events, and then to end it with the Hilton Head Island Concours is a great lineup. So really excited about what this might mean for our future. And additionally, Life Electric was going to be our life exhibit in 2020. It was something that we were working on with Jay Ward from Pixar and a newer area resident who was the former director and producer of Jay Leno's Garage. It's a gentleman that we've been introduced to, and he's helping source for this exhibit. So what we're going to do is showcase the history of the electric vehicle all the way back to the early 1900s, and then now into what we're all seeing as the hottest and latest and greatest in the automotive industry. So I think that'll be a really exciting new exhibit for us next year in 2021. So I just want to thank you all for your time. I hope I didn't run too long. I was not paying attention to the time, so I apologize. And your support has been tremendous to the event that we are today. We would not be what we are without you all. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Great. That was an awesome presentation, Lindsay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really exciting things ahead. Just so excited to see what that could do for our community, and kudos to you and the entire team for putting not only the island but the Concours in a position to have access to those other national events. Really, again, to the fact of ATAX, is it going to be a driver? So really appreciate that. What we'll do is we'll go through the roll call and we'll have questions that way. So, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you for the presentation. I commend you on making a swift decision to cancel early in 2020, seeing the writing on the wall and making lemonade out of the lemons that we've been handed. So it's nice to see that you guys have shifted and you're focused on the 2021. I know it's going to be an awesome year for you guys, and the exposure you're going to pick up from all the digital marketing and all the events that you've launched into. It's going to be fantastic. So look forward to 2021. Thanks.
Same here. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Berghausen.
Thank you, Lindsay. Nice presentation. Really, in the interest of time, I think your presentation was comprehensive. I have no significant questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Thank you, Lindsay. I too have no further questions, but I applaud you on your presentation, and I'm sorry when you're not allowed to do what you love. It's an awful feeling, and it makes you anxious for next year. It makes you realize just how much you love what you do. So be patient, and next year, great days lay ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Fluker.
Thank you. I have no questions other than a comment that I'm looking forward to the 21 edition of the Concours. I was there last year and I enjoyed it immensely. And weather permitting, later today, I'll be at a cruiser event over at Shelter Cove today. So
Wonderful.
hopefully we'll get things going. So thank you.
Well, have fun today.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Martin.
Lindsay, great presentation, and I too, being in the hospitality business, like I said, know how many people actually were asking me just this week who are coming onto the island about, hey, there's no Concours d'Elegance this year. So they too are looking forward to next year, and I know how much impact it has on the economy and on the island as well. So looking forward to next year, but kudos to you all for being as creative as you have been. With keeping the name alive and, it being, close and it's not going away. So I think people know that now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, again, I'll just echo some of those comments and kudos and just say that the diversity of the lenses that you're creating for people to participate through is wonderful. I mean, a great way to respond to a lousy situation. I have no significant questions.
All right. Thank you. And again, Lindsay, great job. Really well organized, and really excited that the Concours is using this year of not having an event to try and make it bigger and better next year. So again, thank you to you and your entire team. We appreciate it. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. And I'll just, one more thing to note, if you all follow us on social media, we are going to use this next week to kind of walk down memory lane. So we'd welcome you guys to join us in that walk down memory lane. We're going to be sharing some of our favorite memories from the past years. So please feel free to join in that if you'd like.
Great. Thank you for that. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All righty. And moving right on, we've got, again, still behind Choral Society. Zendaya, have you got them teed up?
Yes, sir. There's Judy and also Margie online, and you are free to share your screen whenever you're ready.
I think Judy is on mute.
Ladies, you're going to have to unmute yourself. Judy, can you hear us?
Can't see it behind the mask, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's for Kathy.
Kathy,
Margie.
I see that you're online. Bear with me just one moment. I'm going to try to call Judy.
Can you see me? 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 Can you see me?
Margie, are you there?
I think she's all muted.
Kathy, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening with my associates here. I am.
Margie, I believe if that's you, your connection seems a little bad.
Muted too.
And you've just muted yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Linda, just give us an update when you can.
One moment, Zendaya is on the phone with them.
Go ahead. You can go ahead. Kathy?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I just talked with Miss Margie. You can go ahead. She asked that you do the presentation and she will advance the screen for you.
Okay, we can't get Judy?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I'm going to wing it here. Good morning, I'm Kathy Jackson. I'm the treasurer of Hilton Head Choral Society, and I was participating as backup for financial information that may be required. And Margie, if you would advance to the next screen. This is the Choral Society's
Okay,
45th
Council 94,
anniversary.
I believe, is World Affairs Council.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm hearing background noise.
Zendaya, I think you're unmuted.
Yes, we're good now.
Okay. Anyway, this is our 45th. Trying again. This is our 45th anniversary. We were founded in 1975 with a performance of the Messiah at Christmas time. It is also the 20th anniversary of our artistic director, Tim Reynolds. As with all other performing arts organizations on the island and the world, COVID has had a serious impact, and we have now canceled 4 of our scheduled concerts starting with last March, and we just canceled our December concert. Margie, would you advance to the next one, please? We are requesting from the town and ATAX $16,000 in addition to our rollover amount, which will be approximately $28,000. Our historical annual marketing budget is $40,000, which consists of a breakdown between general marketing, concert marketing, media advertising, and web and digital. In addition, because of the impact of the virus on our audience, we are requesting an additional $4,000 to bring our audience back, i.e. additional marketing and advertising efforts to bring the audience back to our performances. Next slide, Margie. Our marketing strategy is to regain our audience and regional customers, both through electronic media and print advertising, augment our local, regional, and visitor attendance. We work closely with the Chamber of Commerce using their email database and their vacation planner to advertise the existence of the Choral Society and our performances. And we are also working to expand our digital and social media efforts, such as Facebook and YouTube. Margie? The challenges that we've faced due to our canceled performances is the obviously loss of ticket sales revenue. And we also generate a good bit of revenue through our concert program ad sales, where various local vendors advertise through our programs. We also have had a slight decrease in donations and contributions just because we aren't out there as much in front of our audience. And we had been planning to revive our holiday tour of homes, which
I believe we had conducted for some 15 years and maybe 5 years ago discontinued that, and we were going to start that up again this year, which is a good revenue raiser. And due to the virus, we had to terminate that plan. Margie? We are resuming our performance schedule for the calendar year 2021 and planning on 4 concerts. Of course, nothing is set in stone yet. We are unsure as to the levels of sponsorships and donations that we will receive, as well as not being certain about how the public will feel about congregating in performance venues. Margie? I heard in one of the prior presentations about the difficulty many of us are facing because we cannot do or perform what we so love. And not only is that us as the performers, but it's also the audience. And we've had feedback from many of our audience members about how they too are feeling the anxiety and angst that they cannot experience the benefit of our performances. Margie? The mission of the Choral Society is to provide joy in choral music to not only ourselves, but the community and visitors. And our goal for this year has become a season of hope. Originally, it was going to be a season of celebration, celebrating our 40th year, celebrating Tim's 20th year, but obviously that has changed, and now it is a season of hope that all of us will rebound from the disappointments of the pandemic and the disappointments of not being able to return to life as we knew it. We're asking for support from the ATAX committee in the town to enable us to go back to what we had before and to renew our performances and deliver the joy of music to our community. Thank you. Any questions?
Great, thank you so much. In the interest of time, what I will do is just ask the committee members if you have any questions, please go ahead and speak up now.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. It's in the approximate $4,000 that will be used in the Get the Audience Back campaign. How will that differ in its message, or will it just be frequency on the spending of those monies?
I didn't hear the last part. Will that differ in the message
Yeah, will the message be different, or will it just be frequency of the ads?
Well, the message will be geared to a renewal of our season and encouragement to the potential audience to join us again.
I have nothing further.
Yeah. And I just have one observation to share. Being candid, the challenge that I think is before us is that in 2018, 2019, I see 358 tourists. And the simple translation of that is that the ATAX dollars we're investing brought 358 tourists. That cost per tourist is one of the very highest of all applications we receive. So that's just a simple fact. And the challenge here is how do we get more tourists, and leverage the investment of our precious ATAX dollars a little more effectively.
And I'm
That's
sorry, the 300 tourists that you're quoting, what period of time was that?
That's what I saw in your records for 2018 to 2019 season. I didn't want to, deal with the pandemic time, so I looked at what was provided for 2018 to 2019 season.
I will have to get back to you on that. I'm not familiar with that statistic.
Okay.
And I know that
Well,
our percentage of tourism is higher. It's in the 15% range.
yeah, well, this would have been, 14%.
Okay.
So the percentage is about right. It just ends up, I'm just being candid, as a relatively high cost per tourist. And so help us help you. How can we make our investment in this more productive? That's my candid ask. How do we do that?
Okay. Well, we are reaching out in terms of electronic media, social media, extending our reach beyond the immediate community geography.
Okay, great.
That's fine. I have no.
Okay. In terms of the other committee members, if there are no other questions, we thank you for your time and for your thoughtful presentation. And
Hey, may I add something real quick? Hey,
Oh,
Kathy,
yes,
I
go
don't
ahead,
think
sir.
my name's John Farrell. I don't think you had any advance notice that you'd be presenting this morning.
Oh, you are absolutely right.
They pulled you out of the stands, and I think you did a nice job. And I'm so, and I think I like your mission statement. We bring joy too. So, let's get some more tourists in the seats, and 21 will be better. But I applaud you, given the amount of advance notice you were given for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
well said, Mr. Farrell, and very well done,
Yeah.
Kathy. You took one for the team. Great. With that, we appreciate your time, and we'll go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead and go into a break. Zendaya, when would you like us to come back?
Would it be okay if we took a short break and we came back at 11? That's about 7 minutes from now. Does that work
Okay.
with everyone?
As long as that's okay with the committee members. Okay. We'll see y'all
Great.
shortly.
Thank you.
My apologies, everyone. All right. Is Low Country Gala ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Yes, she's there. Miss Sellers is there. Miss Sellers, you're ready to start whenever.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank So what is Low Country Gullah? Low Country Gullah is a cultural promoter of cultural, a Gullah storyteller, educational research, ancestral cultural.
Can I interrupt for just 1 second? I'm having an extremely hard time hearing. Is there any way that the audio on your end could be turned up, or Zendaya, if there's any way that you could help with that?
It was fading in and out for me too.
Miss Sellers,
Yes,
you still there?
yes, I'm still here.
Do you possibly have us on speakerphone?
No, I'm going through my computer.
Okay.
Just turn the volume up on your mic, please.
Okay.
And also, you can share your presentation. You can share your screen if you'd like.
Okay. I thought it was already being shared. Just a moment, please. Okay, I have my audio all the way up, and Oh, it's saying that the screen share is disabled.
It's unlocked.
Okay. Okay, so you can see my screen now? Are you able to see my?
Not yet, no ma'am.
You should be able to see the logo. Can you see anything yet?
No ma'am.
Nope.
Okay. Now can you see it? Are you able to see my screen now?
Oh ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so I appreciate the time to present Low Country Gullah to you. And what is Low Country Gullah? It's a cultural influencer. It's a promoter of cultural and genealogy tourism. It's a Gullah storyteller. It's an educational resource. It's an ancestral cultural connector, as well as it provides non-traditional interconnected access to informational sources. So the site serves as an interconnected resource between cultural assets as it educates, documents, and preserves Gullah history, as well as ensuring that Gullah historic land is protected. So it's also a one-stop shop for the Gullah Geechee culture throughout the congressionally designated Gullah Geechee corridor, with a focus on providing information and stimulating cultural tourism. So what is cultural tourism? It's a movement of people to cultural attractions with the intentions of gathering new information and experiences to satisfy their cultural needs. What is genealogy tourism, or heritage tourism, or roots tourism as it's often called, is people traveling to discover more about who they are, discover their rootedness in place, or search for authentic self-identification or experiences. So why is cultural tourism considered one of the fastest growing travel segments? It accounts for $171 billion in annual spending, and 81% of tourists are considered cultural tourists. They travel more, they spend 60% more, and 77% of them stay one or more hotel nights. They're considered more affluent and well-educated. 73% of millennials want more engaging and authentic travel destinations, as well as 56% of the traveling population includes in each vacation a cultural, historic, arts, heritage activity or event. So why highlight the Gullah culture? People are starving for historic information, to learn about new cultures, as well as find a genealogic connection to their heritage on a global level. And specifically for the Black community, they are looking for a tangible connection to the Gullah culture, which also provides a priceless sense of identity. So in a time where ancestry research and identifying with oneself is a significant part of our society, it's the perfect time to not only promote the Gullah culture, but its relevance to society as well as a broader audience. So Low Country Gullah was specifically developed to promote and, more importantly, document the richly significant Gullah culture and its contributions to the United States. As a historical resource and cultural cultural tourism influencer, Low Country Gullah provides a necessary and central link to the cultural elements that have been woven into the fabric of American society. So with a primary focus on the cultural strengths of Hilton Head, coupled with the island's central location, Low Country Gullah is the bridge between all Gullah Geechee communities within the federally designated Gullah Geechee corridor, which, as you can see in this map, runs from North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina to St. Augustine, Florida, and 35 miles inland. So why are we a nonprofit? In addition to promoting cultural tourism and being an information and educational resource for Gullah culture, Low Country Gullah also cares about its community, as well as the fact through fundraising and donations, we give back to the community through its historic land preservation program, as well as others. So this is just a slide showing the fact that, or highlighting the fact that there is a historic Gullah land crisis, as well as describing the uniqueness of historic Gullah land. So how did Low Country Gullah start? I'm a writer, and for years I've written over close to about 300 articles now, starting with Hilton Head Monthly and continuing with Local Life magazine. So this is just a screenshot of our homepage, and as you can see, we cover several different areas. Specific stories about people on the island, such as Ben Green and the work that he does with children on the island, including my series on the first families of Hilton Head, as well as information about questions like, what does the Gullah language sound like? This is also a screenshot of the homepage showing stories about Mother Rivers, who is the island's oldest Gullah. She's turning 103 this year. Poona Ford, who is playing for the Seahawks, as well as Mitchellville. And are you Gullah or Geechee? What's the difference? As well as the Gullah language. Now, one of the things that I find is important, and we have gotten a lot of response from, is ability to research your roots and do the genealogy work that a lot of people are doing right now. And because of that, Low Country's Gullah strengths lie in linking to and cross-promoting all of the island's incredible cultural assets. So in addition to direct stories and links to the historic Mitchellville Freedom Park, the Gullah Museum, the Heritage Library Foundation, as well as Fort Howell, on the site, these are all of the different stories that are available to viewers regarding those different entities. So who do we reach? Primarily, our audience is male. About 54% to 45% female, and we are reaching between 18 years old and 65 plus. But what's really interesting is that 89% of our audience is between 18 and 54 years old. So one of the things that Low Country Gullah's audience is in line with and is specifically targeted with is the island's targeted tourist profiles. Our site is reaching sports enthusiasts, as well as bicyclists, foodies, and people who are looking for specific travel and cultural travel. So how are people reaching us? We're primarily followed on the go. And as you can see by this chart, our mobile access is significantly higher than desktop or tablet usage. So we've only been around for 1 year. Last July was the beginning of our year, but in that year we have grown significantly, and not only through our website, in its users, our page views, as well as sessions, but also through our social media followers on Facebook as well as Instagram. And so in comparison from last year, from July till October, when I first presented to the ATAX committee, the data that I provided was that we had 1,100 users and 7,300 web page views in the short span of from July to October. And from November of last year to this October, we have actually tripled in size and the reach that our site has gotten. And so now we are up to, and this data is probably about a week or so old, so these numbers are higher, but our users are at 4,300 and our page views are over 25,000. So who is watching or looking into Gullah culture? This is a map of all of the countries and areas that Low Country Gullah has reached in the past year. We have 16 international countries that have been following us. Of course, the United States is the largest source of our audience, but our countries range from the Asia to Africa to Europe and the Caribbean as well. So our audience in the United States specifically, we have covered 47 states, with our top 5 states surrounding South Carolina, as well as New York, Virginia, California, and Texas being the top states that we've reached. And as you see in this chart, South Carolina, of course, outpaces everybody, but we have significant numbers of followers who are coming from North Carolina and Georgia and Florida and all of those other states. And in the next couple of slides, what I'm going to do is just show you some population bubbles on specifically where our audience has been attracting people. And of course, Hilton Head is our highest area, and the Bluffton and Beaufort area. But as you can see, we're spanning throughout the state. And this is North Carolina. Charlotte being our top, with Raleigh, Durham, and Greensboro, the largest cities, being our highest cluster bubbles. In Georgia, the Atlanta area, but again, we're covering a significant part of the state. In Florida, Jacksonville, Orlando, Miami, Bel Air, and Tampa would be the top areas in Florida. In New York, the New York metropolitan area is significant for us, but we do have areas throughout the state that we're reaching as well. And then in Virginia, we're also in the DC metro area significantly. However, Virginia Beach, Newport News, and Arlington, as well as a few other pockets throughout the state. And then in California, Los Angeles, Irvine, San Francisco as well. And then finally in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area, as well as other areas within the state. And Texas, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. So what we found is that our strength is in social media. And so our top channels that we're reaching is not only through social media and direct search, but through organic searches and referrals. And as you can see from this chart, our Facebook sessions and Instagram, which is relatively new to us, is something that is starting to grow. So most of the shares, our content shares, are coming through Facebook or direct shares, but you can see through this chart that in the Google numbers, the Yahoo numbers, the Bing numbers, those are some of the areas that we would like to increase our referrals from through the ATAX dollars. So in the last year, our social media growth has been incredible. To date, we have 3,100 Instagram followers and over 500 Facebook followers. And these numbers are from October 10th. So when we have our Facebook followers, they're not only local or domestic, but they're also coming from around the world and supporting the fact that the website is also reaching people from around the world. So how can we benefit from ATAX dollars? We would like to grow our domestic and international audiences. We'd like to improve our search engine optimization. As I had mentioned earlier, our organic searching through Google and Bing and a lot of the other sites is somewhere where we can improve our strengths, as well as increase our reach through social media advertising and escalate those organic search capabilities, as well as expand our reach through print media exposure, either in a digital sense or a paper sense. So thank you so much for your time and giving Low Country Gullah a chance to present, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you so much. Great presentation. Really
Thank you.
appreciate all the analytics and backup data. What we'll do in the interest of time is, if anyone on the committee has questions, please go ahead and do so now.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions. Thank you for the data provided. Is any of that showing a conversion rate to tourism to the island? I know you're getting hits from your websites and showing the different pockets, but do you have any way of telling us the conversion rate of actually putting heads and beds on the island from the traffic that you're seeing?
At this point, because we are relatively new, I don't have specific numbers other than the tourism numbers that I showed you that demonstrate the strengths of historic and cultural tourism.
Thank you.
Ultimately,
I'm sorry.
sorry. No, I was going to say ultimately that is something that we can start to track so that we can see a specific conversion rate.
Yeah, I think that'd be really important data for us to see, to know where the ATAX money, the efficiency of that money that's going out, and also just in comparison to last year's request and this year, you have a 50% increase over last year's application. Is there a significant boost in marketing that's needing to be done this year versus
Yes.
last year?
Well, last year, if you recall, I was trying to get the nonprofit status. So a lot of things and work that we had wanted to do, we were not able to do because of the fact that the nonprofit process with the IRS kind of slowed things down. So this year, we really have started, because of COVID and everything else, we were finally able to get our nonprofit designation done. So we're kind of a little behind the 8 ball. We didn't get the designation from the IRS until August. So the increase is because we were behind last year and we're behind a little this year because of COVID. So we're playing catch up for next year.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Hi, Jim Berghausen here. Thanks for the presentation. You've obviously given this a lot of thought. I was looking over the financial side, and I was looking for your budget for next year, and I see just the expense side of the budget. Do you have the rest of it, the revenue side?
Well, that's what I was alluding to before. Because our our nonprofit status designation did not come into play until August. All financial activities have not really been ramped up the way that they should be. So if we had gotten our nonprofit status by last year, I would have had a full year of work. But I'm literally starting from August again this year and moving forward.
Okay. Well, for example, I see $168,000 of expenses planned next year, but I don't understand what your plans are for funding that. I mean, I see that they ask of ATAX, but what else makes that work?
Well, what we have been doing in the past couple of months is we are applying for grants, as well as we have started taking in donations, as well as the self-funding that I have been putting into this since last year.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
And Mr. Chairman, I just would like to say to Luana that this is very much an infant organization, and what you've been able to accomplish in this year, Luana, is very impressive. And again, admiring the tracking of data that you are doing, at least as far as you've been able to go up to this point. I would, I spend a fair amount of time in this arena, and I think that what you are working to accomplish, which is a one-stop shop, if you will, for information on Gullah culture, and specifically how that's related to Hilton Head and the heritage cultural assets on the island, is an incredibly important thing. We have 3 primary cultural heritage assets on Hilton Head. One of them is obviously Mitchellville. That has national impact. Another one now is Santa Elena, and the Santa Elena Center at Coastal Discovery is another one that has national impact. And the third, undeniably, just from anecdotal awareness through people that I've come into contact with who are visiting the island, the Gullah culture is the third. It's a tremendously valuable heritage asset to this island. And Luana is doing something now that complements the activities that NIBCA has underway, but it's also something that will enable the reach to be broadened tremendously through people who are researching the Gullah heritage and Gullah culture. And that's just a growing phenomenon as far as the cultural heritage tourism market goes. One of the hottest and fastest expanding segments of the cultural heritage tourism market is African American tourism and their interest in Gullah roots. So I applaud what you're doing, and thank you for a wonderfully thorough presentation.
Thank you very much.
Well said, Mr. Thomas. Any other questions from the committee members?
I have a quick one as well. Thank you for your presentation. There's $115,000 I see for advertising, of which $75,000 of it is in publications. Is that digital publications, or is that exclusively print publications?
It would be a combination of the two.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you very much. It's wonderful what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I just have one question piggybacking on, I think it was Steve's, I'm not sure, but in terms, Luana, you've done a great job in terms of, your stats and all that from a reach standpoint, but it would be good moving forward if we could start seeing, the heads and beds, because that's what brings people to the island. That's where ATAX dollars come from, and I think that'll be important moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comment.
Great. Well, again, a great presentation. I have no other questions. If none of the other committee members have questions, we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you again for your time.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, Zendaya, we're moving on to the World Affairs Council of Hilton Head.
Yes, I have Mr. David online, and I believe Maureen, are you there?
I am here.
All right, you are free to start your presentation when you're ready.
Okay. David, would you like to start and tell them what we're all about, or would you like me?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Would you like to start?
I have my World Affairs mask with me. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Borghese. I'm the treasurer of World Affairs Council of Hilton Head Island. And I'd like to thank you as committee members for your valuable time and your tireless efforts to help the community. It's very much appreciated. Our presentation will cover three particular items. One is a clarification and expansion related to the items in our application, as well as an overview of our financial situation and the impact that COVID-19 has had on us. And finally, why are we requesting the dollars that we are? So let me start off with the application. On page 2, our budget is for $13,600, and I know in comparison to everybody else, we are pretty much small peanuts, small potatoes. But that's not our total budget. Our total budget under a normal season would be $160,000 to $175,000. The issue that we are looking for is, in comparison to what our request is of $10,000 for incremental marketing, our budget otherwise would have been for $13,600. On page 3, the number of patrons is listed as 7,150, and that's really an aggregate of attendance for all of our events. It's not individual patrons, and I wanted to make sure you knew that that was being clarified. Our actual membership, since we are a membership-driven organization, was approximately 1,100 as of our fiscal year end, which was June of this year, but our membership really takes place a year earlier than that. On pages 3 and 4, our basic program period is October through April. We present 14 speakers on Friday mornings, and it runs from 10 to 11:30, and typically it would be at First Presbyterian Church. And so for that 6 or 7 month period of time, we run a presentation just about every other week. And on page 5, our membership demographics really include mostly our senior citizens, and in many cases, couples who are island residents, second homeowners, and in particular during the winter months, our winter renters that come to Hilton Head Island. From a financial standpoint, first I'd like to make sure that you all understand that we're on a cash basis reporting. Our reporting period has a fiscal year end of June 30, and this can be confusing since we receive membership fees before the end of our fiscal year, generally in May and June. But those fees and that cash that's in our balance sheet at our fiscal year end really is necessary to pay for our programming expenses that occur in the next fiscal year. If you looked at the percentage split of our gross revenues taken for the year ended June 30, 2020, that data included a number of one-time grants that caused our grant and contribution percentage to be abnormally high. One such grant consisted of $8,800 from the Community Foundation for the Low Country for incremental marketing, which was instrumental in our being able to achieve a membership of 1,100 compared to an optimistic budget at that point in time for 1,000. But we know that we need at least 200 new members each year just because of what we call normal turnover. So marketing and public relations is really important to us. The budget that you received for our current fiscal year was prepared by and board approved in January before COVID, and it projected a break even. So what has happened to our current fiscal year? We're already several months, actually 4 months into it, and we've had to convert all of our presentation from in-person at the church to a virtual video. And because of that, even with the reduction of expenses, we are now going to have a shortfall because our membership is basically half of what it was the prior year. Understanding that even with the virtual, where many of our members were couples, you only need one virtual membership in order for a couple to actually view the videos. So what really happened to us is while our expenses have been declined, our revenue has declined even further. Lastly, given the size of our operation and the balance sheet, we do not really maintain a substantial cash reserve. The philosophy has been to stay within our financial means. And you will notice that our 6/30 balance sheet, we have an SBA loan of $100,000. Well, we asked for 25 and miracle of miracles, $100,000 showed up in our bank account. We have since repaid 50, but have held on to 50 in order to determine whether or not we'll have an opportunity to get back into an in-person presentation at First Presbyterian Church at the latter part, maybe the last 3 or 4 of our scheduled presentations in March and April. And if that occurs, we will certainly need those funds in order to pay for the occupancy and travel of our guest speakers. We'll continue to evaluate our expenses with the goal that we can pay back as much of that as possible. But what we're really asking for is assistance in order to regenerate our membership base. We will need to rebuild, once we're back in person, our membership base to the 1,000 to 1,100 number of members in order to just break even. And so therefore, our request simply is for help in marketing. We totally understand that this is not exactly in the what I'll call the sweet spot of ATAX, because we have never in the past had to determine where our membership comes from, how much ATAX dollars we're generating. Although we do some of that, it's not absolutely substantial, and that's the reason why we're not asking for what I would consider to be a substantial amount. So that's the reason for our request, and that's our presentation, and we'd be certainly happy to answer any questions you may have.
I would like to add one thing to what Dave has to say, is that we have a mission. It's twofold. It's one, to our membership. Our membership is what sustains us throughout the year with their dues. But we also, our second part of our mission is to reach out to non-members, either locally or wherever they come from, to offer educational opportunities. And we do have our Friday speaker series is our premier series, but we also have an evening speaker series, which is in January, February, and March. That is open to the public, and that we bring in regional speakers for that. And we also have a summer forum, which is free and open to the public as a service. Again, we try to bring in regional speakers to talk on topics such as historical or anything that is nonpartisan. We are a nonpartisan organization, so it's really all about educating people about world affairs.
Thank you, Maureen.
Have any of you been to any of our programs before?
I have not been to a program.
We have one tomorrow. I would be happy to allow you in as a guest so you can see. It's a webinar. It's not in person. Normally we have about 650 people at First Pres, which would include about 40 guests who are non-members every week. But we're going webinar. So I will be happy to share that link with you or with Zendaya. And if you can all watch it, that would be great. I should let you know the speaker tomorrow is going to talk about the return of great power rivalries, which is our theme for the year. So.
This is Jim. Hi, Dave. Enjoyed the presentation. The trick here for us is these are tourism dollars generated by tourism. They have to be redeployed back in the geographic area. You meet that, but the whole objective is to return it and get heads in the beds, as they say. Do you have any evidence, anything you can share with us to help us help you that says you're getting people to stay over, that you have some tourists traffic. It's the people that come in from out of town and need accommodations that help us.
Jim, totally understand that. And, this is our first time we've ever asked for ATAX money, and consequently, we have not been tracking data that we would have if we had known we were going to be in this situation. So yes, we totally get the fact that we have not presented to you the data that you may need to justify ATAX dollars coming our way, because we were never in a position that we needed to ask for money, nor did we therefore track the data that might be helpful to you. And that's just where we are.
Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate the candor. That's what we have to work through. That's fine.
We understand.
Okay.
Going forward, after writing the grant, we realized that we should be recording at least zip codes and information. So going forward, we will. But that doesn't help us right now. So.
Yeah, I would highly encourage that, because that's the information we need to make our decision. Like Jim was saying, we have to allocate the money to organizations that fall within the classifications for ATAX spending. So that creates a challenge for us from the get-go, but I encourage you to collect that data, to have that in your pocket.
Well, we can just say that at least this presentation was an introduction for all you to know who we are and what we do. And that way, when we come back maybe next year, we'll have that data and you'll know a little bit more about us. And, we understand that, our request was, given the $4 million that you were asked to fund, our 10,000, pales into insignificance. We understand that. But we thought it'd be best to at least try and get in so that you all know who we were, what we do. And let's see if we're not granted any money this year, well, there's always next.
Great. Well, thank you both, and we really appreciate it. And any other questions from the rest of the committee? Okay. Seeing none, we thank you again
thanks
for your presentation.
Thanks for everything you guys do.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
All righty, we're getting caught up. Zendaya, how about the Hilton Head Island Dance Theater?
Yes, it looks like I have Lori Finger online. Miss Finger? You'll have to unmute yourself.
How's that?
Yes, ma'am. And you're free to start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Zendaya. Good morning. My name is Lori Finger, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the board of the Hilton Head Dance Theater. I would like to start by saying how grateful the entire board of the Dance Theater is for the support that we have received from the town and from this committee. I would like to take a moment to tell you a little bit more about who we are. In 1985, the Hilton Head Dance School opened with just 17 students. Shortly thereafter, the Hilton Head Dance Theater was formed as a 501c3 organization. These two organizations have worked hand in hand for all these years to enhance the beauty of our island with the beauty of dance. The owners of the Hilton Head Dance School and artistic directors of the Hilton Head Dance Theater since the very beginning are Karina Brock Carlisle and her husband John. We are currently kicking off the celebration of our 35th anniversary season. Karina danced with the American Ballet Theater, considered one of the greatest ballet companies in the world, during its golden era, and shared the stage with such stars as Mikhail Baryshnikov, Rudolf Nureyev, and Cynthia Gregory. She traveled the world with ABT and danced at the White House for 2 presidents. John danced professionally with City Center Dance Theater, the Tampa Ballet, and the Savannah Ballet. We as an organization and we as a community are so fortunate to have artists in our midst with that level of experience. Over the past 35 years, the school has grown and the reach of the dance theater has grown as well. The mission of the Dance Theater is to foster an appreciation for the art of dance among Low Country residents and visitors alike. We have brought professional companies to the island, we hire accomplished guest artists from around the country, and we strive to stage productions of the highest quality. Our repertoire includes all of the ballet classics such as The Nutcracker, Swan Lake, Giselle, Coppelia, The Sleeping Beauty, and Don Quixote. We also offer excellent jazz pieces and contemporary ballet in a mixed rep program that we call Terpsichore. So, in 2020, and the situation that we all find ourselves in, we have had to be resourceful and creative. We responded quickly to the outbreak of the pandemic by moving all classes to an online platform. We slowly and carefully returned to in-person classes with all the appropriate measures in place. And this weekend, we will present virtually our second annual production of Plie on the May. This is our contribution to the fourth annual Crescendo celebration sponsored by the town's Office of Cultural Affairs. Our company dancers were featured in 3 pieces, an excerpt from Act 4 of Swan Lake, and 2 original pieces, one by our ballet master, Jamal Edwards, and one by one of our students, Sydney Cullen, who aspires to be a choreographer. The setting was the yard of a home on the May River, and the evening was recorded and will be made available online this weekend. And while many companies, large and small, have canceled plans for the Nutcracker this year, our board was determined to find a way. We will load in all of our drops, props, costumes, and headpieces to the Seahawk Cultural Center, as always. And then, over the course of several days, we will record the production in segments. It will be edited and put together and then shown at Park Plaza Cinemas in mid-December. We are so grateful for the willingness of so many to make this happen. And while our expected ticket revenue will drop from more than $50,000 to less than $20,000, our costs will be less as well. We know that our supporters and our community will respond to seeing our production up on the big screen. And while it is impossible to know what the spring holds, we are slated to perform with the orchestra in February, present our younger dancers in Terpsichore 2 and Eloise in April, and then present our company dancers and guest artists in Terpsichore in May. Terpsichore will be our contribution to the full Crescendo celebration slated for May of 2021. And as I do every year, I would like to point out that our organization is, and always has been, run entirely by volunteers. The only exception would be, excuse me, the 2 artistic directors. The board of directors and the Friends of the Ballet take care of everything: fundraising, accounting, selling tickets, creating handmade costumes and headpieces, publicity, marketing, building maintenance, etc. This has made it possible for us to pour every dollar that we earn through ticket sales, memberships, and fundraisers into the next production and the next season. We are blessed that through a generous gift that we received almost 10 years ago, that we were able to purchase the building that we have called home for almost 35 years. The gift, wisely invested and managed, has enabled us to complete 5 major renovation projects and to keep the building in good working order. The gift has also enabled us to keep the lights on as we have struggled through this pandemic. We continue to be grateful to the families that had the vision over 35 years ago to bring Karina and John to the island to open a school and start an organization with the simple mission of fostering an appreciation of dance as an art form. We are humbled and proud that this, our 35th anniversary season, will enable us to reflect on all that we have been able to accomplish. And we simply could not do any of it without the support of local businesses, our members, the town, and this committee. We look forward to many more years of providing quality experiences to residents and visitors alike. And we thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lori. We appreciate that. With that, I'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Hey, Lori, it's Jim Berghausen. Nicely done. It's obviously a real work of love and the passion to make this all work. just being candid, the challenge seems to be number of tourists. And
Right.
and what are you planning anything different this year to try to get the number of tourists up?
Well, I think what we do, and we'll be honest and acknowledge the fact that we don't feel that people are coming to Hilton Head to see our production of the Nutcracker. They're not coming to Hilton Head to see our production of Terpsichore. But what we do find that we get a lot of those winter visitors who are here in November or who are here in March, and they happen to see our advertisement in Hilton Head Monthly or in the Island Packet, or maybe they see a commercial on WHHI, and they come to our production, and it happens over and over and over again. I sell a lot of tickets from my home on the telephone, and I talk to a lot of people who are staying at Beach and Tennis or, staying in a condo for the winter and are excited to come see one of our productions while we're here. So we feel like it's important for us to make sure that there's wide visibility about our productions, because it's those people, the winter visitors, I think that we're attracting.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Any other questions from the committee? Okay. Well, good. Well, thank you so much, Lori. Great presentation. We appreciate all and that you do for the community and the organization does for the community. It is a great Nutcracker is always a great presentation. We really appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the information we need. We really appreciate it.
Okay. We appreciate all your help.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Alrighty, Zendaya, we are actually now a little bit ahead, and there's John Rembold, a bearded John Rembold. I think if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and start your presentation, and I think we're ready for you, John.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, we decided to grow the beard just to show the hard times. We're all trying to gut it out here, right? Okay. Well, let me kick off the presentation here. All right. So, greetings from the Hilton Head Island Airport. My name's John Rembold. I am the airport director, and today we'll have a discussion about the airport and marketing. But first off, I want to thank you all. I realize it's a volunteer role that you're serving. I know it can be tedious at times. I've been in front of you several times now, but certainly appreciate all the time that you put into this, and especially during these odd circumstances. So thank you for what you do. And we're going to talk today about some of the successes that we've enjoyed together, frankly. I have to ask you first, excuse every now and again you might hear some jet noise. I am presenting from the airport, so those are the sounds of success. Okay, so as you can see here, before COVID, things were really rolling well. The marketing
John,
efforts.
I hate to interrupt. We cannot see your screen just yet, so you might want to try.
I'm sorry about that.
Again.
Let's see if that. Thought I had shared that screen. Did that pop up yet? Be a picture of the airport?
Not yet.
Uh-oh.
My
All
thing
right, let's see.
all the way almost died. Hold on. Do you have dual screens, Mr. Rembold?
I do.
Okay. You can choose, if you click choose share. So go back to it.
Go back to the presentation.
Go back to the share screen option.
Okay. All right.
And then you may have to drag it over to the opposite. There it is.
There it is. Okay.
We got to
click on that particular screen. Okay. Well, we will All right, can you still see it? All right, excellent. Okay. Well, we did the slide. First slide was the intro. We'll kick right off with the second slide. So pre-COVID, you can see that our previous marketing efforts and the work that we did together, and then the airline's influence, and frankly, the strength of the Hilton Head Island market, did great things for the airport and the island. You can see all those destinations that we had direct flights to. The right side of the screen shows what we had this summer during COVID. So we definitely experienced a little bit of a damper on the activity at the airport because of COVID. But I will tell you that we still hovered at about 45 to 50% of last year, which surprisingly beat the national average. It's a little bit scary to say that, but the national average is really and having tough times. So we're hoping for a stronger recovery. This is what the 2020 plan looked like pre-COVID. Okay, so a pretty robust plan, obviously with a focus in the spring at the beginning of the season, really working on the new flights that had been announced primarily by American Airlines, but then welcoming back in the seasonal service from United. Obviously, that took a hit by COVID. We'll talk about that later. But our whole budget for 2020, the whole marketing budget, was only 38% funded by ATAX funds. So I thought that was an important figure to share with you. And airport revenues are very severely limited because of regulations that we're under. So anything that's not ATAX funded, we have to be very, very careful about how and what we spend. But then COVID hit. It's no secret that the travel industry really took it on the chin when COVID hit. And you all certainly experienced some of that, I'm sure, in the early parts of COVID, and hopefully you're rebounding. We're seeing a little bit of a rebound, but it's going to be a long road to recovery. I'll give you an example that just this past Sunday, TSA reported that nationwide, on Sunday, they screened over 1 million passengers. Nationwide. That's the first time that TSA has screened over 1 million passengers since St. Patrick's Day. Typically, they're screening between 2.4 million and 2.6 million every day. So you can see we're celebrating being off by 60%. So this is not the new normal that we want. Okay, so when COVID hit, we realized that we had to just look at things differently. There were some people who said, hey, the chips are down, so this is when you market. But, you know, we looked at things and we listened to what was going on in the country and specifically on the island. And we kind of took the temperature of sentiment and realized that, no, it's not a good time to market. So we pulled everything back and we went on pause, as you can see. And this is kind of our new phasing plan. And it's in line with the VCB's Path Forward campaign. So if you've been, paying attention to that, which I'm sure you have, you'll see some similarities here. So we'll get into the nuts and bolts of that. But this is what the 2020 plan looks like now. So the key takeaways are that it had to become very flexible with schedule, with budget, with the intensity in certain areas and just pulling out of others. And this is what it looks like. So the key items are schedule changes and a refocused effort on travel intenders. So what that means is people who are actively searching for travel kind of in this area to the resorts, to destinations similar to Hilton Head Island. Those are the folks that we're targeting. So we're being very careful of sentiments still because we realize COVID's pretty raw. This shows a slide of the co-op campaign that we're running with the VCB right now. This is our first campaign. This is our first kind of re-entry back into the marketing effort. We're doing it with the VCB specifically because of the Path Forward campaign, and we knew that we wanted to have a really coordinated effort and the right message that goes along with the whole of the island. So we did a soft kickoff in late July, and this will flow through January. So it kind of waxes and wanes in intensity as we go, and it'll respond to the market. And then again, just to emphasize the keys that we see going forward here, in order to make the highest and best use of the limited marketing dollars we have, we're seeking to engage folks who are already searching for travel, and then we're trying to bring them, number one, to this island, and bring them to this island via air travel. And that's a key. Air travel directly onto the island through Hilton Head Island Airport. And some of you probably know with that last bullet, that first party data and what that allows us to do. Basically what that does, and it sounds a little bit creepy, but it allows us to, through companies with whom we engage, we can see again, a little creepy here, but we can see what people are searching. And if they're actively searching travel to this area, maybe they're searching for Myrtle Beach for a vacation. While they're searching, the companies that we work with pop ads in front of them for Hilton Head Island. So we do that real time. It's not responding to reports. We can do that real time. Some of you have probably seen that. Pay a little attention next time you're shopping online and just see what kind of ads are fed to you. That's first party data. So scary when you think about it, but everybody's using it. So I think we should benefit from it as well. All right, so before we go into recovery, I want to show you the launching pad that we're using. And we wanted to snapshot really January and February because it's immediately pre-COVID. So if you look at the 19 to 20 numbers, in 2020, we were really, really taking off here as compared to 2019, which had pretty good numbers as well. And then if you look back, if you remember the 2018 to 2019 numbers, the overall numbers for those calendar years, passenger count in 2018 was about 79,000 passengers. And then in 2019, it went to just over 233,000 passengers. So through these combined efforts, with your help, with some ATAX funds, we've been able to go out and do that marketing in those key direct markets and those key one-stop markets, and that's created these numbers. So here's some more examples of the success. These are revenues that are realized right here locally at the airport by folks who make a living at the airport. So you saw the economic impact numbers in the application. These are some of the drivers of those economic impacts. So these are dollars that not only stay on the island or are generated here on the island, but they stay and they recirculate on the island. So the success is huge. It translates into jobs, translates into business growth, and that's what we need to come out and recover from COVID. Now, survey data is what everybody wants. We need it as a report card on what we're doing for our marketing efforts to gauge the effectiveness. And we had a great survey campaign going with passenger intercepts, and we had some key events that we're going to have folks attending to get some great data for us. And then, of course, everything got canceled. So we do have an online component to that survey that's going on now. And then our intent is if things bounce back the way we need them to, then this spring we'll do those in-person intercepts, and we'll grab some of that all-important data so we can put that in front of you for next year. Because we want to measure our performance too. We have to make sure that where we're focused, that those are the correct areas. So we'll look at recovery now. And the focus here again is that intended traveler. So folks who are searching for travel, we're going to curb that leakage. And what that means, we're going to pull people who might look for a different destination and then might look for a different method of travel to that destination or to this destination. And we're going to pull them in. We're going to pull them to the island, and we're going to pull them to the island via the airport. ATAX funding, again, is critical to that because that extra push with the spend helps us. A lot of this is a digital campaign because we get a little bit better bang for our buck doing a digital campaign. And so many folks are searching online anyway now that seems like the smartest way to go. Okay, so you got to feed the machine, right? We feel like the airport really is an apex driver of tourism. Okay, we are the shortcut to your vacation. So when folks are looking to vacation on Hilton Head Island, you want them to arrive happy. You don't want them to grab fast food on the way here from someplace else. You want them to get here, be relaxed, go right into vacation mode, and go right to a nice restaurant, check into their destination, sit at the pool, have a few drinks, enjoy themselves right off the bat. We don't want frustration from travel after travel. We also bring in a key demographic. Air travelers we know have a higher average daily spend, and those are the folks, that's the demographic we really like on the island. And then, of course, the passengers, they become the folks who are going to be at the restaurants, at the short-term rentals, at the resorts, and they're going to be taking part in all the events on the island that can generate more ATAX. And then they turn into return visitors, and maybe they become clients for some of our realtors at some point as well. Then what I really want to leave you with here, three things. If you've listened to me before, you've heard these. But the airlines pay attention to how the community feels about the airport and about the air service. They really do. So we need to make sure that we're willing to work together and everybody pulling and pushing in the right direction to get this back on the rails. And then we have to feed success to breed success, like we said. We have to, if a football team's up by 14 points, you don't put the second string in, not just yet. If there's any Clemson Tiger fans out there, people are arguing against you from last weekend, but hey, it worked. And that last point is probably the most important in my mind, and that's from a pride standpoint and from community, just love of this area, is to repatriate revenues. I mean, frankly, we are leaking revenues not only to other counties in our state, but to other states. And it's time to let every visitor have the opportunity to spend that first or last or both nights on our island, rent their rental car on our island, eat every one of their meals on our island in our restaurants. And I think that's what we need to do. That has started to happen a little bit. We've seen the tax revenues increase. Really, it was about an 18-month span. But the latest report we got in 2020, early 2020, was that the sales tax revenues generated from the airport had increased from 6.8 million on an annual basis to just over 17 million on an annual basis. So we'd love to see that number go up. The revenue and the tax revenue certainly helps the area, and we'd like to see that increase. And now a little special treat. You guys are the first ones who get to see this. You're being treated to the debutante of the new terminal here at Hilton Head Island Airport. So drink this in. We realize that the visitor experience is all encompassing. Okay, so it's not just marketing to them on the outside, but once they get here, we need the visitors to engage in the experience as soon as they step off that aircraft. So this shows you some ideas of what we're currently working on. And again, one reason that we need some assistance from ATAX is a lot of our funding and a lot of our energy is going to be spent on this project for the next few years. So obviously, we're going to step back the ATAX funds, the requests as we go. But in the meantime, we've got to market so that as we generate this new terminal building, we're getting all those happy faces in here. So we're happy to continue to work with you. And at this point, I'll answer your questions.
Great. Thank you, John, and great to see the vision of what the future looks like at the Hilton Head Island Airport. Again, great to see the influx of revenue and tax dollars generated from the airport. Again, we greatly appreciate that, and all of the information you provided was very well done. So thank you for a succinct and flowing presentation. I will open it up to the committee for questions at this point.
Hey, John, Jim Berghausen. Thanks for the presentation. Very nicely done. Great analytics, by the way. And I want to thank you and compliment you too on the great leverage of our ATAX dollars. You'd get the gold star probably of all the applicants we've received for the effectiveness of getting tourists here. So we appreciate that. I also noticed in your application, you'd mentioned the ramp down in future years that you'd hope to do of the ATAX requests, and now you've disclosed the building project. Can you give any more insight into the timing or what you're currently thinking of how that might ramp down? Best case, worst case, whatever?
Sure, and that's a great question. I think that a program like ATAX needs to be one that more and more participants are able to benefit from. So what we don't want to see is the same folks coming back over and over and over. We're trying to do our part to make that happen. There's going to be some fresh applicants who need to get in here with some awesome ideas that need to be supported. And then we're going to fly the people in to go to those events and go to those venues and that sort of thing. So yes, the plan is to ramp it down. I don't know exactly how fast that's going to go. Part of that is going to be dependent on how quickly the COVID rebound actually happens. There's been estimates as short as 2 years, but as long as 4 to 5 years. But even with that, we do intend to be able to step that request down each year. We're constantly looking at opportunities on the airport and through cooperative methods to leverage those dollars even farther. So we'll keep doing that, but we definitely want to year over year bring that down at least a small amount each year, so that by the time my beard's down to my waist, you don't have to look at me anymore.
No, fair. I mean, I understand there's all kinds of uncertainties and assumptions, but thanks for the conversation on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Really, just a quick follow-up question for you, and you alluded to it in your data and said, our I'm assuming end payments and deemed payments are at a higher percentage than the national average right now. Is that correct?
It is.
And by about what margin is it right now?
Well, nationally, they have the numbers have been between probably 30% of last year and at times 38 to 40%. I don't know that I've seen national average beat 40% yet of last year. And our summer was between 45 and about 52% of last year. So again, it's kind of hard to brag about those numbers and to say that we're 50%. A lot of other airports I talk to are hoping that they'll end their year at 50% of what they had in 2019. And we're kind of hoping for about the same thing because I can't predict how the next couple of months go.
Yeah.
But, we're optimistic that we saw a great September. I mean, I don't know if you saw the numbers in the paper, but we had a September that was almost exactly on par with last year. So you guys are all doing it right, obviously, to bring people in, and they're choosing our airport still. So we're excited.
That's great. Yeah, just another reason for the support of the ATAX dollars. Again, we look for, as Jim had said, the drivers, and the airport's definitely a driver. So, any other questions from the rest of the committee?
John, I have a question. I'm John Farrell. I have a question about how your percentage compares to the Savannah Hilton Head Airport. And do you feel your successes sometimes cannibalize some of theirs, or you feel like you're in competition, or how is that relationship?
That's a great question. And frankly, we work together a lot with Savannah. For example, until this year, with all the restrictions, each year we do go to DC. We travel together with all the commercial airports in South Carolina and Georgia to do some lobbying together on common airport issues. So we do work together, and I would say there's probably some competition there, but I'm not sure it's as real as some people would make it out to be, because I think that, Savannah has a much larger market area than we do. We're really focused as kind of a boutique or a destination airport for mostly the Hilton Head Island and Bluffton market area. Frankly, if you're north of the Broad, it's almost equidistant to travel to Hilton Head Island Airport, Charleston, or Savannah. So you've got a lot of choices, which is a good thing, but it's tough as well as far as competition goes. And I don't think we're cannibalizing their numbers because Savannah's been growing. They've got a great thing going there with the business on the airport and things like that. And so what we're looking to do is really just focus on that demographic. Like I said, the folks who want to travel directly to the island and get started on a vacation. We want to provide all the best options that we can for that. And we feel that now we're doing that, now that we've transitioned to the jet service. It's much more reliable, it's much more comfortable, and it's much faster. So, we can reach a lot more direct markets, and then we've got over 200, great one-stop markets. So we think that we're providing a great option for folks who want to come directly to the island.
This is Julie, not so much a question, but a comment. I like your approach because I speak to a lot of people coming to the island, and I'm seeing more and more, even the last couple of months, people coming from flying distances. I mean, California, Wisconsin, Texas, and they say that the reason they're flying into Hilton Head is to be here as quickly as possible. And I think that's important because the quicker they're on the island, like you say, they don't have a chance to stop at a fast food restaurant. They just can go straight to our local restaurants and get settled in and really appreciate their vacation. So I like that approach to how you're approaching that.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
John, I have one follow-up with the announcement, I don't know, yesterday or so, I just saw it, that Southwest will start flying into Savannah Hilton Head. Does that affect in any way what you have to do in order to market this airport more effectively?
Again, a lot of times, people assume that a success in a competitor maybe is a negative against somebody else. I think that's a success for all of us because what that does is it opens up new markets to the region, And there may be some folks who they might fly Southwest because they're going to get a taste of the region, but maybe they're not totally Southwest, loyal flyers. If they happen to fly the big three, then they may just look at us and say, well, I tested the market there, but I can get directly to the island this way. So my take is is optimistic. I say that a win for them is going to translate into an eventual win for us as well.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Any other additional questions from the committee? Great. Well, John, as always, great presentation, and happy to see the future of what the airport will look like. I know that's the next step in evolution, and the whole community should support that kind of an effort. I was recently by there and saw the efforts on the signage change. Very nice, well done. Again, just trying to offer that first-class service for everyone that comes to our island, and thank you for you and the team there with all that you do for our community. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Looking like at the schedule, we might actually be right kind of back on schedule. So that's great. Zendaya, did you have anything before we go to break?
No, sir. I just asked everyone to get back on about 1:15 or so, and we're still live on Facebook, so just in case anyone comes, they can at least see the stream and they know that we're still here, but taking a short break.
Okay, great. See everyone in about an hour.
Mr. Fluker?
Yes.
Staff is ready when you are.
Okay. We're getting ready to reconvene the afternoon session of the ATAX committee. The chair has been delayed in returning, so I'm going to act as chairman. And it's my understanding that the Hilton Head Wine and Food is ready to present. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yes, sir, that
Okay.
is correct. Mr. Gerber is online, and Mr.
Drew
Gerber,
has-
you able...
Hold on one second, guys. Go right ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. It's been crazy. I've been trying to get on since 5 minutes to 1 and my computer crashed. It's that kind of day. So I'm going to try and share my screen with everybody. Everybody see that?
Not yet. No.
Do you have it on? Do you have a dual screen, Mr. Gerber?
No. And I came in through a browser because I think it was my antivirus software didn't like the Blue Jeans app.
There should be a.
Nope.
There you are.
Wait a second. There you go.
Starting. Yep.
There you are.
Can you?
Yep.
Are we good? Okay, I can't see you, but I can talk.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, first off, I wanted to thank everybody for their time. I know how long it takes me to fill this application out, and for you guys to go through all these, that's just amazing since it's a volunteer basis. And I also wanted to thank you for allowing the Hilton Head Wine and Food Festival to present today and answer any questions when we're done. So I'm also always trying to be quick. I try and be thorough in our application. So let's get going so we keep you on schedule. I saw that there's some new people on the ATAX committee, so welcome and congratulations. Just as a reminder, what the Hilton Head Wine and Food Festival is a nonprofit, and we were formed to support the hotel and restaurant industries, and we do this through two main ways. The first is we provide scholarships to USCB and TCL, and those are for students in the hotel and restaurant training management program, and then we also do the culinary program, and that's at USCB and TCL. And in the last 8 years, we've done $83,000 in scholarships to those deserving students. The other cool thing that we were able to do last year was we made an additional $20,000 donation to TCL to help them build the Culinary Institute of the South building, because we think that something the area really, really needs is well-trained people to walk into restaurants and be able to work right off the bat. So we're really excited to be helping them and be a partner with them, and they've been great to work with. And then, of course, the other way we support these industries is we host the Hilton Head Wine and Food Festival every year. And the only way we're really able to do that is through grants like the Hilton Head ATAX grant and other similar grants. So that money to be able to promote this event, we wouldn't be near as successful as we are. So thank you once again for your years of support. The first big question, since we're talking about ATAX and ATAX money, is who do we bring to the island? And what we've been able to do over the years is attract a very high quality visitor. We do a survey with USCB every year, and we've been doing that for at least 10 years, I think. And some of the numbers that help show the quality, we bring 25% of the households that attend the event are $200,000 a year or higher for household income, and 61% have been over $100,000 per year. So we're pretty proud of that. And then just for some context, 16% of the people when they're asked that question answered non-applicable. So I don't know if that means I'm retired and I don't have an income, or if it means it's really none of your business, don't ask me, maybe some of both. So when you see those numbers, I mean, if you think about 100 people responding, 16 of them get lopped off. So if it was, the percentage was based just on people that actually reported their income, those numbers would be even higher. 85% of the people who attend the festival are 40 years of age or older, and that's kind of when thought of their earning years. So we think that's really good. And 75% have a 4-year degree or higher, and only 12% of them have kids at home. So what I like to tell people is people we attract are well educated, they make pretty good money, and they don't have to spend it on their kids. So when those visitors come to our island, they've got disposable money to go out to our restaurants, go golfing, go to spas, and of course attend a festival. Something you guys are charged with, and we try and answer every year, is what's the ROI of these visitors? The total estimated impact of the festival is about $3.5 million. I kind of wanted to focus on heads and beds because that's the charge of ATAX. Every year, for the last couple of years, the festival's had about 3,000 attendees. 59% of them were from other states, so that definitely hits that 50-year rule. And then 15% were from South Carolina, but over that 50-mile radius. The average stay I put in here is 4.75. It might be 4.7 or 4.5. It might be 4.75, but I like round numbers because it makes the math really easy. And the other interesting stat was 25% of the people who answered the survey stay for a week or longer. So 1 out of every 4 visitors is coming for a good chunk of time. And then the other nice thing is only 5.2% were day visitors. So every festival is going to get some people who just pop in, have some fun, and go home. But that was those not. But most of the 95% of those people are staying for at least a couple days, if not a long time. Due to the quality of the visitor we attract, when we talk to people about what they're spending per night on their accommodations, it comes out to about $250 a night. So just to do some real simple math, I know 75% of 3,000 is more than 2,000 people, but I just use 2,000. Most people are couples. I mean, there's 18% are singles, but I just use couples mostly. That's times 4.5 nights. You're looking at just over $1 million in heads and beds when you take that 4.5 nights times 1,000 bookings. So last year we received a $125,000 grant. So right off the bat, you're getting a pretty good return on your investment. We also work real close with our partners in the lodging industry. The Sonesta has been working with us for at least 8 or 9 years now. I'm talking to those guys over there. What they like to do to use this festival, I think they use the concourse the same way, is they bring it in to showcase the island to potential large groups that want to come into the hotel and spend some time and book some time. And I asked them just for some rough numbers, and they said, we usually bring in about 5 or 6 people. And out of that, we'll close 2 deals, and one of them will usually be like around 100,000, one will be around 150,000. I don't think those numbers, I think they're only talking their numbers. I don't think that includes, those people going out and going to dinner or golfing or anything else. The Weston's been a partner. They came on with us about 3 years ago. They've been really strong. They use the festival for FAM events or familiarization events for people not in the industry. And they use it to showcase the island. Last year, they brought 36 people in for 3 nights. And just to do some simple math, nothing's ever 100%, but I think talking to the chamber, the average week vacation costs somebody about $2,500, or it's about worth $2,500 in revenue to the island. So just to do simple math, the 30 of those 36 people went back. The Westin is using a consolidated booking area now. They don't have agents on every property anymore. So if they just went back and talked two people into coming to the island for a week, it's worth about $150,000 to the island. And then the other partner we've had for the last couple of years has been the Marriott Vacation Club. They do know that they use the concourse the same way they use us. And what they do is they use it to invite people who aren't clients yet to come and experience the island in a great setting, and then entice them to become a member. And then something they've been doing in the last couple of years that they found is really, really successful is find people that like to vacation on the island already. They'll invite them to a great event. And when they're done, they'll go, hey, I know you come for a week, but want it to be even better. And that's been really successful for them, but I don't have any numbers, so I'm not going to guess. I don't like to be ambiguous about anything. And if I talk about something, I have to feel really solid about it. Moving on. So getting back to that ROI and the dollars, just kind of recapping really quick. I mean, if we look at the bookings from visitors for the festival being worth about $1 million a year, look at the large group sales for Sonesta being about $250,000 a year. You look at that FAM event, even if it's only 100,000 instead of 150,000, you're looking at $1.3, $1.4 million on a $125,000 grant. So you're getting at least 11 times return on your investment. We didn't get into things like wine dinners. I know there were 14 or 16 wine dinners last month. If people go out to eat, I mean, people that are making $100,000, $200,000 a year aren't coming to the island to go to a wine and food festival and go to Publix and buy a bunch of food and cook in their house. I mean, they may for a couple meals, but I don't think that that's their intent. And I think by attracting these high quality visitors, a lot of them are going out and golfing and going to spas and dolphin tours and kayaking and things like that. So I think it's really important that we're bringing that high quality event. As far as the grant, the reason we feel it's important is we've created a lot of momentum in the last few years. I think I put this in the original application, but I just wanted to give something to kind of show. And you can see from 2015, we went from 92,000 in tickets to 105 to down to 103, but then 112, 135, 144. And this year, COVID did hurt us, so we'd have been even higher. So we've got a lot of really good momentum, but we feel it's really important to keep building on that. A lot of people have to listen to a lot of the presentations because we learn a lot, seeing what everyone else is out there doing. And everyone's been affected by COVID, and that's the God's honest truth. But it was really a challenge for us because we were ground zero. We were going along fine. Had been talking to DHEC every day, been following the CDC, and DHEC actually had up on their website, like, do not cancel large events. And I'm like, cool, we're good, we're going. And then Friday, the whole world flipped, and we ended up having to cancel Saturday. So we literally experienced both sides of COVID, from like, hey, we're going great, to, wow, what just happened? How people will react to that, I don't know. I know we got a lot of emails during the week, like, are you going to cancel? Are you going to stay on? And all we could share with people is like, hey, we're talking to the CDC, we're talking to the Department of Health. They're all saying don't cancel. And with any law of large numbers, I think some people are undoubtedly going to be a little bit upset, but I would assume with, once again, people who make money and maybe aren't as price sensitive with what's gone on since then, that people will be like, okay, we understand. They made a decision. They're trying to keep people safe, and it's out of their hands. So I think it's really important to not just us, but to the island, be allowed to keep bringing these high quality individuals to the island. I also think events like ours and Concourse and the Shrimp Festival and things like that, the Chamber just shared with everybody, we were just voted the #1 island in the U.S. again. I think these are the kinds of events that help put that best face forward so that we can continue to drive these tourists to our island. That was pretty much everything I had. I like to keep it quick, so I was going to open it back up to questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. Again, great event, and so sad to see what happened this year. The numbers that you've provided and the numbers you provide in the application are really promising, and our hope is that given what we see, we'll have to see how things go for you with the next event. The event has always been a driver. Your data doesn't lie to that, and we appreciate that. But what I'd like to do is open it up to questions from the committee.
Hey, Jeff, Jim. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. This Jim will ask you a question. By moving this to the fall, does this in any way damage your brand or anything?
We talked about it. I don't think so. The Charleston Wine and Food Festival has traditionally been the week before us, and they flat out canceled everything 2 months ago. I think the other reason you have to move is you have to give sponsors a chance to be able to react. I mean, we're still in a great time of uncertainty. So by being able to move, we buy ourselves a little bit more time. And I'm sure some of the people who maybe come every March, we won't see in the fall. But once again, you know, as you drive around the island last month and this month, the island is busy. So I think that one of the things that works really well for us is email marketing. And people ask me, why do you think that? And I said, well, because it's not Jeff's radiator repair shop, it's wine and food. And so I think if we're having a first class wine and food festival event, I mean, we could probably throw it in December and have great turnout. I mean, that wouldn't be what's best for the island or the money that you bestow upon us. So I think there might be some challenges, but I don't think it will denigrate the brand at all, sir.
And do you anticipate this being a temporary rescheduling, or do you plan on moving it to the fall permanently?
My guess is that we will move back towards the spring. Now, whether we move back to March or maybe something like May, I don't know. Something we are looking at it, trying to put a positive spin on it. It's going to be our 36th year. You know, it never hurts to reinvent yourself. Nobody wants to come to the exact same event 36 times in a row. One of the things we do is a judging. That's actually how we create all the auction lots we sell, and that funds all our scholarships we give. And that's always a challenge because that happens Super Bowl Sunday weekend. And so to turn around and have a festival 5 weeks later is always a push. So we may look at whether it makes sense to be in May or March. I don't know that answer, you know, and it may be because nobody knows what's going to happen moving forward. I mean, we're all hoping for the best. Talking to a lot of people, it looks really good with what's going on with vaccines and potential cures and everything. But until those happen, you know, how people feel, I don't know. And it may end up being a phase thing. It may be, you know, because if we were to go back to March, we'd have an event in September and then turn right around again 6 months later and you're back. So it's trying to balance all those things together. So we're talking about it. We're comprehensive of it, but I don't want to give you a solid answer. I'm not trying to dodge the question, but those are all the things we're considering while we talk about this.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, Jim Berghausen. My fellow committee members know that I frequently home in on the ATAX dollars we spend per tourist that we attract here. And at first blush, you're on the high end of our applicants. But this is perfect proof of why a simple statistic doesn't always really tell the whole story, because your statistics that you shared really totally explain that number and give me great comfort. I mean, to know that the average stay is 4.5 days, 1 in 4 stays a week. I mean, that's pretty strong, and that separates you from a lot of other things. And so if we pay a little more to get that tourist here, I'm just saying it's okay. I mean, so thanks for sharing the data. It made a complete difference in how I was feeling about this on the first read. The other thing I wanted to get in is we showed a remaining amount on your last year ATAC award of about $37,000. Is that what you intend to carry over to next year?
Yes, sir. We actually were doing so well on our ticket sales that I cut off a lot of our advertising because things were selling out. So it seemed like being a good steward with the money. The other hope we had done, and we talked to the ATAX committee about this last year, was we were going to try and do an additional event, keep our name relevant. So we were also trying to save some money to promote that. Obviously, that had to go away. We were going to do a concert. We had a guy coming out of Nashville. We were working really close with the Westin, and we were going to try and go into Shelter Cove. So once things went in there, I mean, Drew can confirm this, but I always think it's really important to be a good steward of the money. I mean, these are dollars that you're entrusting us with, so we always really take that really seriously. So the plan is to roll that over, and then also, I mean, we only plan. It's a hard year because nobody really knows anything at the moment. So we're, in our plan, we only have 3 events. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, as soon as we got a vaccine or something, we're going to add this, we're going to add this, we're going to add this. But you have to be flexible, and to be good and prudent, you have to for the best but plan for the worst, so that you're ready and you're not, because budgets you never, and also as a once a year event, you don't get a chance to go make more money. You have to be very cognizant of your expenses going in.
Right. Great. Thanks very much. Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff, this is Rich Thomas, and 2 things. Building on what Jim Berghausen said, a tourist isn't a tourist necessarily. There's a variation in quality across the board, and certainly in economic impact for the island based on their stay and their spending habits. And obviously what you're doing brings a high quality of tourist and visitor to the island. What I really loved about your presentation was that it showed a lot of cross-collaborative, cross-promotional focus. And, in one way, the investment that goes into your event produces all these residual benefits for partners that you very consciously have in the community with the different resort properties, et cetera. And to me, that's an additional, very interesting concept as we look at, how to evaluate the investments that we're making with the ATAX money, looking at the cross-promotional, cross-collaborative impact that an investment has in a more formal way. So I just want to thank you for at least bringing that to light in my mind very vividly through your presentation.
Thank you, sir. One of the things we try and look at ourselves as, we are not the chamber, because they do a phenomenal job, but we try and act as if we're like a little mini Chamber of Commerce, and how can we be great partners? Because hopefully that advertising, even if somebody doesn't come to the Wine and Food Festival, maybe they see it and they're going, oh, Hilton Head, maybe I should come for 4th of July, maybe I should come for whatever. And the other thing is nice by being a good partner. I mean, when I call Chris Bracken at Sonesta, I'm like, are you in again this year? He's like, yeah, you want to change anything? I'm like, not if it works for me. Is it working for you? He goes, yeah. But it's trying to have that long-term goal, because when you come out of college, everyone's like win-win, and you're like, yeah, right, whatever. But as you get older, it's a simple way to live your life, because if everybody's winning, then it's very easy to get along. There's no little subplots going on, and you create synergy. Whereas if you have a bunch of little factions running along, how do you get to that? And that's what makes the festival. If our partners are successful, then we're successful. So that's kind of a long-term focus that we've been working on for the last at least 6 years.
That's great. Keep it up. Thank you.
Jeff,
thank you, sir.
This is Julie. I am new on the committee, and I just want to speak. You mentioned, Marriott Vacation Club. I happen to work there, and I will say it is a huge event for us as far as, because now we focus more on vacation experiences for owners, and we have attracted a lot of newcomers, even though they're Marriott Vacation Club owners, but newcomers to Hilton Head as a result of that. A lot of our owners are affluent, they're foodies, they love, good food, and we VIP them the entire time. And I know for a fact, I don't know the numbers though, so don't ask me those, but I know for a fact that it is a return on investment for us as well. So thank you for doing that. That and Concord too, because we treat them to restaurants, and we literally just VIP them the entire time they're here. So it is a return.
Thank you, and I'm so happy to hear that. I know you don't know the exact numbers, because I would have asked if you hadn't said that, because I'm a numbers guy. But I'm so happy to hear that. But once again,
we were just, well, this year, actually, you know, like you say, leading up to Saturday cancellation, we were taking care of those owners and guests and whatnot, and until the day of, and then we just kind of did the best we could. But it's like everybody else, we were stuck in the same situation. But it has been a really good experience for people coming to the island, and a lot of them come for the first time because of this event. So that's good.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Hey Jeff, Stephen here. I'll echo what Julie just said. It is a great event that people look forward to at all times, and I know you guys had to cancel abruptly with COVID in 2020. My question would be, how are you guys handling the tickets that were purchased from last year's event?
We enforced the force majeure verbiage that's on all the tickets,
So, I mean,
which wasn't ideal, but I'm sorry.
Will those tickets be valid going into next year, or will they have to repurchase?
They'll have to repurchase because we'd already spent all the money. I mean, we already had all the tents set up. We bought all the signs. We bought the glassware. We bought rented everything, paid everybody. So, I mean, it cost us money too. So we really wanted to try and refund the tickets, but it would have bankrupted the organization. So
I completely understand. I knew you guys drew the short straw when it came to that, the timing of it. So I completely understand your stance. Just wanted to get clarification on that.
yes, sir. Yeah, it was probably the toughest decision I've had to help make here at the festival.
No doubt. Thank you very much.
Great. If there are no other questions from the rest of the committee, we'll go ahead and end the presentation. Thank you so much as always, Jeff. Again, we know those events that are drivers, and this is definitely one of those, and it's a large both economic and community impact that the festival provides. So, kudos to you and your team for all that you do.
Well, thank you once again, everybody, for all your time, especially going through all these reports sent in by people like myself.
You did a good job. Yours was one of the good ones. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. All righty, seeing that, we will move on to the Native Island Business and Community Association. Is NIBCA ready for us, Zendaya?
Yes, sir. I have Miss Courtney and Mr. Eric online. And Courtney, you're free to start your presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yes? Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. We are excited, as always, to do our presentation for you. And true to form, I have a video for you. So I'll just ask you to turn your volume down just in case, because there's some background music and I don't want it to startle you when it starts. So here we go. Coming.
Does anyone else hear it? I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
I have no signal.
Courtney, I know there's probably some great music with that, but we can't hear it. So I'm not sure what was going on.
I saw everything but didn't hear.
Correct.
Uh-oh. You can't hear?
We couldn't hear.
No, we've not heard anything.
You couldn't hear it?
Couldn't hear the video sound.
See it?
Yeah, you could see it, but not.
We saw it, but we didn't hear it, but it's okay.
Yeah, it was just background music.
Yeah, it
I
was
don't think
just background music.
I saw
Yeah,
the
it was
sign.
just,
Okay, great. Thank you.
yeah, it was just background, and you couldn't hear the background music?
Correct.
No, but that's okay. We saw the slides.
Okay, so you want me to go back to play, or you want me to talk through it?
If you just want to voice over what we're seeing, that may work as well.
Okay, so let me figure out how to do that without, because the music is going to be loud on my end. So, all right. So what we have, where we are right now in it is using what we know. So as you saw leading up to this, before we get started again, on it was the opportunity. We try and take all of the information, all the things that we know to be true. We try and follow the data as much as possible. You saw our COVID message, but also about challenges. But what we have always used to develop our marketing strategy is our surveys, both handwritten surveys that people fill out while they're in line and while they're coming to participate in our events, electronic surveys if they are joining us from a distance and they have come in and they're on their way in or on their way out, or they participated in something virtually, and then also through our social media. So going through this is going to be a brief little description of some of that data that we have been using and some of the breakdown that we'll do in there. And so I will go through that now and the trends that we'll be using. So that's what we're going to see coming up. So you'll see here some travel trends. Every year we go through the process of looking forward and what things are going on. Obviously in this climate that we're in now, it's difficult to guarantee what any of that looks like, but we follow as many of from the chamber to national tourist and hospitality groups and what it looks like is going to be moving forward and how we can start to plan for that. So you'll see here that there are a list of travel trends that we think that we can kind of follow moving into 2021. And so we have built our 2021 schedule around that. So this is a list of some of those, or of the 7 that they say will be the things that we should focus on. So that is a part of how we have developed our strategy. So the next part that we're going to look at is some of the events that we have planned for 2021, and then we'll make a pause after that. So what we saw just there are several events. You may have noted that some of those events have virtual next to them, meaning that they will be delivered completely as virtual. Any event that didn't have virtual next to that will be delivered, will be prepared to be in person, and following obviously all the CDC guidelines and as much as we possibly can. But if there's a need to pivot or adjust, we'll be able to do that in a short period. Unlike most events, we are in February for the first part of our year. The other part is in the summer, so we have time for that. But in February, we just want to make sure that we are offering a quality program that is authentic as it can be, but also as safe as it can be at the same time. So that was the essence of how that strategy has been developed. So there's some adjustments from previous years. Some events that we may have only done, for example, our paint and sips, we may have done fewer events that were larger that we are going to do smaller events that we'll do more often. So when you saw multiple dates, it was to accommodate the space and need for that we'll be able to have those events in a safe environment.
So here's our marketing strategy, or a brief overlook at our marketing strategy and what we have planned and intended to use for marketing the upcoming year. All right. So let me stop screen sharing so I can see you. So that was, normally you can hear the music. So sorry you couldn't hear the music this time. Maybe I should have had Zendaya play that one for us all. But that's a brief snippet. So as you saw at the end, we are celebrating our 25th annual Hilton Head Island Gala celebration, which is an awesomely exciting time and in such an unquestionable time. But we are excited to move forward with that. There are, again, like I just said, we are primarily during the month of February, with the exception of expanding into the summer with the art exhibition and sale that we recently started about 2 years ago. This past summer, obviously, we had to cancel that in the major way. So it still existed, but in a very small format and only when it was safe to open back up. So we really didn't get much of an opportunity to take advantage of that the way we did last summer, or we hope to in the future. But we are excited about what's to come in February. We're excited to reconnect with friends new and old that are still traveling, to the point that has been made and said Hilton Head is pretty busy right now. So people are still coming, and as long as we can provide a safe environment, we feel comfortable that they'll be back with us. So, and Mr. Turpin has joined us. Are there any questions?
Great. Thank you so much, Courtney. Great presentation. Definitely wish we could have heard the music.
I know. Well, Zendaya has it, so I'll ask her to send it to you all so that you can hear it on your own. It's only 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, some of the least Zoom issues or Blue Jeans issues we had today. So I'm glad that we can see your presentation. It's been a long one. But thank you for what you and the entire NIMCA team do. It's unbelievable. And we're very hopeful for your 25th celebration to go off in some way, shape, or form. And again, what I would recommend and what I would really commend you for is the ability to be agile and make changes without everything that's been put in front of you from an event standpoint. So I do not have any questions at this time, but I'll open it up to the rest of the committee right now for other questions.
And I just want, before anybody, in case anybody has questions, I see Mr. Turpin has joined us. I couldn't see him because I was screen sharing if he's been here. I also want to recognize the NIPCA's Executive Director, Eric Turpin, who is joining us. So, but sorry about that. Thanks, Drew. Any questions? Any more questions?
Courtney, Jim Berghausen. That on the records I see that you're planning on carrying over about 50,000 into next year. Is that about right? No. Eric's shaking his head no.
Yeah, he will be able to tell you about that. He's on mute there.
Okay.
You're on mute, Mr. Turpin.
Take yourself off mute there, Eric. Thanks.
So maybe it's down here. Is that it?
There we
go. There you go.
Am I unmuted?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Success.
Yeah, we had going into the end of the summer about $49,000 remaining, and we requested a draw recently, so we probably will end up with about 23,000, and more than likely we're going to spend that as we ramp up going into 21. So it would be very little as we forecast it from today's date.
Okay. Okay, but the 23 will carry over. Right, and then you'll use that next year, or
23
you're going to use...
will carry us up to the end of the year, and there'll be maybe a little bit going over, maybe about $8,000 the way we calculate it.
Okay, great, thank you, and I also want to compliment you on setting out a goal to increase tourism growth of 15% a year. You know, we hear a lot about click-throughs and all the new stats. But when it all boils down to a simple goal like that. And so thank you for distilling it all down to just a simple goal. I hope you can do it. It's a big goal, but thank you for putting it out there.
Well, it's
Nice.
definitely lost it right now, but we hope that with our co-marketing, we found that we try and be good stewards of the money that we receive, and also good partners in the community. So we find that as long as we are extending that, we can help to grow it and keep it in the forefront for everyone.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Nicely.
And on behalf of our board of directors and all of our volunteers, we want to thank you for all your support over the years. And as we move into 21 with this 25th year, our partners are close with us and making it happen. And we hope to have another good year as we have had in the past. And thanks so much. And thank you, Zendaya, for helping us too to get to this format and Blue Jeans. Thank you.
Did you have something? Yes.
Courtney, it's Rich Thomas. I just have one question. It's more curiosity than anything. In your marketing mix, in terms of the tactics and your spend, how do you see that split up? I mean, what's a rough proportion that you have, let's say, print, traditional versus social media? And how's that focused?
On the screen now.
So, there are adjustments moving forward. So as you know, as much as we like to support we love print because our audience still likes to pick up magazines and pick up newspapers and things of that nature. We don't spend as much money there. So the largest part of our spends will go into TV ads that will air the weeks leading into February. So 2 weeks leading in, and the first 2 weeks is primarily so that 4-week period, and our online ads. So we have, where we used to have larger spends in print, we have reduced that down significantly. So we spend about 15% in print now versus before we were spending about 30, maybe even 40. And we have transitioned that to online ads. So still through some news outlets, but then also through other paid advertising options, from social to online calendar posts and things that keep us in prominent spaces. So in terms of percentage, I would say that the largest percentage will probably go into social overall, then TV, radio, then print. And so everything else just kind of trickles in support of those.
Okay, great. And then of that total, what's focused off island and beyond 50 versus what's on island and local?
So,
just in general.
So we probably at least 80% is focused off island. Maybe more, and maybe more like 90%, because really the only places we're spending locally on island at this point are in island events, like I guess I shouldn't call them out, but maybe 1 or 2 publications locally, and then what we had been doing with the with the packet, but even what we're doing with the packet now is with their parent organization, which spreads us further. So it's not just concentrated here. So that number is probably, like I said, around 90, a little over 90%.
All right, thank you, Courtney.
Yeah.
Great. Any other additional questions from the other committee members? Okay, great. Well, thank you, Courtney and Eric. Well done as always. And again, we just so appreciate all that you do and NIBCA does for our entire community. Much appreciated.
We appreciate you. It's good seeing you all.
Good to see you, Courtney.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to the Heritage Library Foundation. And I believe, if I remember correctly, Mr. Thomas, you have a recusal? You're on mute, so hopefully that means yes.
Yes, I do recuse myself from the Heritage Library discussion, and I'll turn my video off as well.
All right. Thank you, sir. All righty. Hey, Barbara, we see you there.
Hey.
So if you are ready to get rocking and rolling, go right ahead.
All right.
You can share your screen and start your presentation.
Thanks. Good afternoon. And thanks for this opportunity. Like my friends ahead of me, we appreciate the work that you do, and we appreciate the opportunity that we get to show off a little bit about what we do that helps this island grow. Let me this. We seeing that? We're not. Now we are. Okay. Okay. Let me get right past here. What we're going to do is
Miss
take you through a little
Barbara?
bit about 2020 and then go into 2021.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Barbara?
Sorry to interrupt. If you have dual screens, you're going to need to move.
I don't have dual screens.
Will you do me a favor? This is Zendaya. Will you do
Sure.
me a favor and stop sharing and then reconnect to sharing?
Okay.
I need you to click on the top one. Yep. And then you can minimize that one, that box, and then your presentation is behind it.
Okay. All right, we'll start this all over. We all set?
Yes.
Okay. Needless to say, 2020 was the year of the pivot. We started the year with a great plan. We were executing that plan as planned, and then COVID hits. And just like everybody else, we experienced a shutdown, and we had to change the way that we were operating. The first thing we did was we took to social media. What could we offer folks that we normally offer in person, and what could we do online? The first thing we started doing was offering ancestry tips on Facebook. We moved to Moments in History. We opened up our educational resources that are sometimes reserved just for our local teachers. We opened that up to anyone who wanted to access our website. So we could provide local history, South Carolina history, Hilton Head history to anybody who visited our website. And then we had to take it further from there. So what do we do? How do we operate? How do we keep staying relevant? So we had to go through the same thing everybody else did. WebEx, Zoom, Blue Jeans. We had to train our instructors how to teach differently, but by early spring, we were up and running online with online classes. We learned a lot with the online class piece. We had, in our first semester of classes, participants from 18 states and Canada. And again, they're not visiting, but they're learning about us. And that was important. One of the things that we learned is that it's also a membership benefit for library members. 30% of our members live outside of the state of South Carolina. Another 12% live outside that 50-mile radius. So all of a sudden we had membership perks. But one of the other things that happened too is that those members from outside the area started sharing what we were offering with others. So we were picking up membership, picking up new viewers and things like that. So what we got to do was tell our story, present our classes, and do what we needed to do without actually bringing folks here. We're continuing to pivot, okay? There's no getting around it right now. We're getting ready to do the second year of Historic Holidays on Hilton Head Island. It will be totally virtual. As we move forward, we're going to try to bring in-person events in as we can, as long as we can do it safely. The interesting thing, too, with our online classes is after the first 2 classes, they all sold out. 2020 by the numbers. We saw a 9% increase in tourist participation despite the pandemic in both our in-person when we got, as we moved through the beginning of the year and then into what we could do online. Total over 3 years. What we're trying to do is increase that a little bit each year. And so what we saw 2018, 2019, 2020 was 23% tourist participation increase. Okay, so that's over our regular numbers. This year, we are requesting $10,000 less because we think we can do more with virtual that will not cost us as much. 60% of our guests that are current or future visitors, 60% is the percentage of our guests that are current or future visitors and tourists to Hilton Head Island. One of the things that happened with our classes, too, was that we sent out follow-ups to class participants who were outside the area, telling them about Hilton Head, how to find out more about Hilton Head. Okay, our reach. The next 2 slides are a snapshot of our reach in 2020, both traditional and digital. Ghost and Miss, which is one of the traditional things, which is an in-person event that we can actually do this year because we do it outside. Okay, it's an outdoor event at Zion Cemetery. Starts tonight. That was a traditional, much of a traditional outreach, but we sold out all 3 nights. Now we are not going to have as many participants because we have to limit size, because even though it's outside, we have to abide by rules set up by the state and what we should be doing outside. We haven't looked at all the numbers yet, but we are seeing an increase in tourist participation in those numbers and in that sellout. Digital reach, website page views is a 14% increase over 2018 and 2019. Unique page visitors was a 32% increase. Over 55% of our website visitors are from over 50 miles away. And again, online classes included participants from 18 states. We sent out over 200,000 emails. We had 17,000 clicks on Eventbrite, our ticketing source. The other thing that we did also is every single one of our email blasts has a partner piece. So we work with our partners. So what's going on with Coastal Discovery, Mitchellville, partners that we normally partner with so that we can have a piece of what they're doing on all of our email blasts. And basically during the pandemic shutdown, we utilized Facebook. We utilized our partners pages. We cross-promoted and we reached about 1.5 million people. Again, virtual historic holidays this year is going to be a little bit different, but one of the things that we're going to do as we work through this, and we're finalizing the plans now, make sure that we tag everything with Visit Hilton Head Island in 2021, so we can promote that visitor. Have your virtual experience, but then we're going to promote that. The 2021 application. We're requesting a total of $110,000. $15,000 of that goes towards maintaining the 2 historic sites that we own, Zion Chapel of East Cemetery and Fort Mitchell. That part of our request is a little bit higher, and one of the things that we found this year is that with a number of thunderstorms and things like that, we had extra cleanups that we had to go through, and we also need to do a very major cleanup at the beginning and the end of each season. Everything else that we're asking for is advertising and promotion, and that basically includes video production. Okay, and those videos go out all across everything that we do, from being on the website to going out on social media, We need to do some website upgrades so that we can make more video available to folks. And again, that piece of encouraging, we're going to give you a snapshot of what's here historically. Now come and visit us. We're using more conferencing platforms than we used before. And we're subscribing and facilitating more online programming. We also need this year to update our signage. Weather and just changes in what we do requires us to update that signage. So what we want to be able to do is add some interpretive signs at Zion Cemetery, replace the main sign, not the entrance sign, but those informational signs that give that first impression of our sites. If you take a look at we've got great pictures of what the weather and the insects and the squirrels are doing to the sign at Fort Mitchell. So how do we make that how do we make that first impression with visitors really count? And we need to update that signage. How are we going to advertise? We're going to do the same things we keep on doing and hopefully a little bit more. Video content is going to be big. How do we push out those pictures of what we do so we can draw folks in person when we can have them here? Again, updates to the website, and we do the same thing that that everybody else does. It's much more social media now, but some print, television advertising, and radio advertising. We saw a great response. One of the things that we ask folks when we do tours, at the sites is, how did you hear about us? And we did a lot of radio advertising this summer, and a lot of folks responded to radio. And again, a lot of those folks, we're seeing 82% of those visitors on our tours that are visitors, but they are hearing about us on the radio. That's about it, and I will take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Barbara. Appreciate the succinct presentation and breaking out the needs. Very much appreciated. So we definitely appreciate that. What I'd like to do is go ahead and open it up for questions from the committee members.
Barbara, Jim Birdhausen. I'll jump in. Are you going to carry over some money into next year?
We don't think so. We have a chunk. There's a large amount of money right now, but we have that money is earmarked for parking improvements at Zion Cemetery. Mm-hmm. We've got the marketing that's going to go into historic holidays, which that spend is starting now. So we'll see that spend coming through. And as soon as we finish with Ghosts and Myths, and we're filming 4 videos in November at the sites. So as soon as we're done with those videos, then the improvements to the driveway and the parking area at Zion is going to be done. So that work, that basically covers most of what we have not spent.
Okay, super. That's very helpful to get the heads up on that.
And I did tell Zendaya, as we get into this, if suddenly we realize, like, hey, we're going to have this left over, then we'll let her know as soon as possible.
Super. And I know in your application you say you've reached financial and operational stability, such as it is these days. But thank you very much.
Well, and again, we did the same thing everybody else did. SBA loans. Which basically, which is going to carry, for that operating piece that we can do. Doesn't help us with capital and things like that, but we at least got to keep the lights on and the doors, and when we could open the doors, we could keep the doors open. Yeah.
That's awesome. And the other thing I want to recognize is you say that you consistently reduce your request on an annual year. And thank you for doing that. That just serves as a great model to others. We'd like to see more adopt that strategy. We want to help you, but there are new organizations coming along too that we'd like to be able to help. So thanks for your role in that.
Thank you. And what I try to do when I look at, this year, obviously, 2020 will be, none of us will forget this year, okay? from all aspects. But what we basically look at is we can see the increase in tourist participation. So how do we reinvest that money and make sure that we're putting that money back into that same piece so we can take some of the funds that we take into advertising beyond what we use. To try to balance reducing that application to the same amount as we're seeing an increase from tourist participation.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Great. And again, it's always commendable. Again, as the committee has said, the reduction in ask, and it's phenomenal. And the Heritage Library is one of the few places that has multiple footprints in what you do. So we really much appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the committee members?
Barbara, this is John Farrell. Does the money that you applied for relief, COVID relief fund, is that reflected in the budgets that you submitted?
It may not have landed at that point. The budget, okay. Well, it's not going to show. It's not going to show up as income because it's not. It's because it's a loan.
So it's to be paid back.
Right. Yeah, that is. We did not qualify for PPP. We had to apply through the EIDL program.
Right.
So that is strictly loan. That now we will be applying for South Carolina CARES, but that goes into, again, operational expenses. South Carolina, if we receive South Carolina CARES funding, then we should be in a position to pay off a chunk of the principal on that SBA loan. So we'll be working through how do we, as we bring in income, hopefully next year we'll see a rise in income. Then we'll start to reduce that debt.
So do you fund your capital budgets with net operating income?
No, you cannot use SBA EIDL funds for capital at all.
Not SBA, but what about general? Because right now you're scheduled to your income or direct same exact number as your expenses. So you're operating at.
We try really hard to bring that, when we budget, okay? What I'm looking at is the actuals from the year before, so that I'm looking at what is the income that I need to create in order to meet that actuals, what might increase. Obviously you're going to see rent increases, things like that. Yeah. The Ancestry subscriptions go up. So what we're trying to do then is what do we move from income into those allocations and make sure that we're meeting those levels. And it means I've got to work harder at getting grants.
That is what it means.
It means I've got to work
harder. I wish you the best of luck with that.
Right, and we'll adjust that budget going back once we hit January, because one of the things that we're finding locally, okay, is some of our funders are basically saying, hey, look, we're not going to have the income because of COVID to give grants. So we're going to have to, come January, I'm going to have to readjust that again. I'm sure my board is not going to be thrilled.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Barbara? Okay, seeing none, really appreciate the time, and thank you again for everything that you do, Barbara, and the Heritage Library does for our community.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Okay, with that, it looks like that we are in a break.
Hey, Drew.
Yes, and I was going to say we will see you later.
I'm going to take this as a good time. So my promise to you all is I will listen to the Facebook presentations of the last four as soon as possible. And I think our next meeting is November 5th, if I'm not mistaken?
That is correct.
Okay, so I've got all that, and I promise to listen. So listen, it was, have a good rest of your day, everybody, and I'll see you soon in quotation marks.
Right. We'll see you, Julie.
Julie, I was, our systems broke down here in our clubhouse for a minute there, and I missed some of a presentation, and I've already received from Cinda a Dropbox NIBCA presentation that I'm going to be able to review on my own, so she'll send you whatever you missed
That's fine. We
Yeah.
already made arrangements.
Yeah.
Bye,
You
you
bet.
guys. I'll see you soon.
See you, Julie. All right, guys, we're
See
on
you,
a break
Julie.
until 2:40.
Drew, we're ready to start when you are.
Great. Thank you, Zendaya. I appreciate it. All righty. I believe that we have more than the three of us online, but with the recusal of Ms. O'Farrell and Mr. Arnold, we can go ahead and get started.
That is correct. And up next is Low Country Golf Course Owners Association. And I do have Brad and also Robbie Wooten online.
Zendaya, Robbie's here. I don't know if you can see or hear me. Just wanted to check.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay.
Now, it's my understanding that you will be doing the presentation.
Yeah, Brad asked me to do the, walk through the presentation, and then he will hop on and answer questions and speak to a few things as well.
Okay. Well, you are free to start and share your screen whenever you're ready.
Okay, let me see here. We can do this here. One second, whatever reason it's asking for system preferences here. Okay. Can we see that there? Everyone? Are we good with
Yes,
my
we can.
screen? Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Robbie Wooten with Impact Golf Marketing, who works in tandem with the Low Country Golf Course Owner Association, also our DMO partner, the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. And Brad has asked me to walk through the public relations grant presentation with you all today. And listening to a few presentations today, obviously we're all, I think, probably singing the same tune with everything was moving great in the first few months of the year, and then the pandemic hit. So I think we can all say that everyone has been impacted top to bottom, and certainly golf was no different, being a tourism hotspot that Hilton Head is. Spring took a mighty blow from the pandemic, a lot of lost business, millions of dollars, and so we're trying to regain what was lost. The first couple of months of the year, our whole public relations approach was about the promoting a runway to fairway concept with all the new direct flights coming to the island, directly to the Hilton Head Airport. We wanted to really promote that heavily. We've been seeing a tremendous amount of increased golf bag shipment traffic, which comes from a company called Shipsticks, and where they will ship your golf clubs directly to the resorts, that you do not have to lug them onto airplanes and through airports. And so all of that increase, and then the increase in air service, really just pointed to the need for a very coordinated, direct public relations program to kind of tout runway to fairway, which basically was, as we were touting in our releases and our story pitches, that you could be on the tee after landing within 30 minutes, and no other place can you do that. And so we were getting some great traction, had some stories, actually ran a piece with American Airlines in their in-flight magazine to 700,000 folks that would be reading that, and then the pandemic hit. So everything came to a screeching halt. Everybody went into survival mode, just like the area's businesses and small businesses and the chamber, and started to figure things out since that was so new to every one of us. And since then, we have obviously continued, once things opened back up and people started traveling again, we started doing more work with public relations to basically tell the story that Hilton Head Island was open for business, that we were doing it safely, and we were going to work extremely hard with all of our resorts and golf courses to protect each and every customer during their stay. And by and large, everyone had a great summer. Surprisingly, I think March and April, when everyone was sitting around the boardrooms and the conference tables, I think felt a lot of unease and not sure what type of summer the island would have, and it appears that we had a great summer, and early fall is showing somewhat the same. So we certainly are talking to you today and presenting you today about continuing the effort, trying to regain all that was lost from the spring, and recapture the momentum that we were having for that. And obviously, the story and the pitches will be different until all of our air service comes back. But we certainly have a lot to tell to golf travel enthusiasts, primarily east of the Mississippi, up through the Northeast, Midwest, and even down into the Southeast. So anyway, we're going to talk you through the presentation quickly here, because I know we don't have a lot of time, and just walk you through a couple of reasons. First and foremost, just want to talk about the importance to golf to Hilton Head Island. And for obviously the number one fact is it's played 365 days a year, which allows us to collect accommodations taxes all year long. We don't slow down. The weather is fantastic, and it's obviously a major unique selling point for our destination, in that we can play golf all year long, and so that helps us in many ways. And while we have tremendous summer traffic from the family vacationers, we need those golfers on the island in the spring and the fall, and also the early winter seasons, and they prove very vital to the economy. The second thing is golf is the number 2 driver of the local economy, and recent reports show that is nearly $600 million in revenue, which is more than half of all tourism revenue. Our golf vacationers, they stay and play. They don't come in for the day and leave. And when I talk golf vacationers, I'm meaning outside of the 50-mile radius, which is where we spend all of our time. And so we put more heads in beds, and they stay 4 days and 3 nights on average, some longer. And most travel in groups of 2, 4, 8, and 12. So tremendous upside for our golf vacationers as they come to the island. And then we also the golf tourism workforce consists of 56% of folks work in the golf tourism business. So it's a great work supplier to those for the local economy. Fact number 3 is golf is very big for small businesses on the island. And we spent some time over the last couple of years. Unfortunately, the islands, had to endure hurricanes and tropical storms, pre-pandemic, and we weren't quite sure. We thought, well, if we can just get through another year without a hurricane, we'll be good. We had no idea that this thing called a pandemic would show up and flip things on its head. So, but over the last couple of years, we were on island post-hurricane, post-tropical storms, talking to local business owners and that rely heavily on these golf vacationers in the spring and the fall especially. And, with no one around, especially after Matthew, it was, devastating for all small businesses. And so they're extremely important. Your business owners, your restaurants, your retail, they'll all tell you that. Spring and fall and the golf travelers are big for Hilton Head Island business. And in fact, they'll put $1.29 back into the economy through dining, retail, and other activities. Golf is weathering the pandemic well. In fact, it was the one thing that you could do during the pandemic, for enjoyment. So the industry as a whole has seen a lot of new faces taking up the game, a lot of people that had put the clubs away and dusted them off after years and have taken it back up and are playing regularly, which creates a tremendous opportunity as interest and participation across the country are way up. Now, not making up necessarily for the losses in spring, but the uptick has surprised, I think, most in the industry to see the numbers that golf courses and resorts have been seeing really since about mid-May, late June, or first part of June. And since then, it's really taken off. In fact, National Golf Foundation released a report last week that golf retail sales across the country had hit $1 billion, which was a record. So lots of momentum there, and that momentum we're actually seeing that through the golf tourism microsite, through the Chamber of Commerce, HiltonHeadGolfIsland.com, and that while we saw tremendous dips in March and April when the pandemic hit, we are back up over 20%, 27% year over year, looking at our data. So interest has really gone through the roof for Hilton Head Island, as well as all the other destinations on the East Coast are kind of singing the same tune right now. Interest is an all-time high, and it's tremendous momentum, and something that we really want to capitalize on, which is why we need to increase our public relations effort or continue our relations effort so that we can tell the story of why Hilton Head Island is the preferred choice for your next golf vacation. We need to tell that in a bigger and more broader way. And if we get those flights back, we have, just a bigger story to tell as well. And I think some of those may start coming back very soon. And I think I saw Mr. Miles had posted something about some new flights into Savannah as well, which, as those things start to increase, will obviously impact the island and those flights. So lots of momentum to capitalize on as we move forward. But a part of that momentum is we are competing against destinations that have far greater marketing and PR budgets than Hilton Head Island. So that makes it a little bit of a challenge from time to time, competing within that space. But, relationships that we've had in 25 years of doing this in the industry play a big role in, PR and getting content published when and where we need it. But those dollars are really being ramped up within those destinations because of the momentum. And so we've got a lot more competition in that space, creating for the media's attention to get their stories out there. We have a great story to tell, and we certainly want to continue doing that. And again, making up for the lost revenue in the spring. So, just like everyone else, we're trying to recover what was lost. Probably won't, obviously, this year, but certainly made up some solid ground, but have a lot of work left to do. And again, with everything that we're seeing in the space, golf is on the rise, interest is on the rise, golf travel interest is on the rise. And I think all the resorts, if they were on this call, would probably be shaking their heads that, yes, we almost at times have had, so many requests coming in, much more than usual, which is a great thing. And golf, over the last 10 years, has seen kind of its ups and downs. So it's nice to have some momentum for a change that we can carry into 2021 and make that hopefully a record year. And if we do that successfully, then your resorts, your courses, the restaurants, your shops, and all your activities are going to recover nicely and have a great year next year. So part of the ongoing public relations effort that we are asking for the funding for this year is to continue building those story pitches and sending out to all the golf travel related tourism media that we have great relationships with, and some new, certainly in this space within the online and the blog space that have tremendous influence and tremendous readership today. We want to expand on those relationships and continue pushing stories out for them to publish. We'll also create a lot of content that we can use amongst ourselves within the partnership with the LGCOA. We can also use those on our vacation blog on the website. So continually trying to generate stories from all of our resort partners and also the area, not just golf. Sometimes we include non-golf related items that they can do while they're here on a golf vacation. So we talk about that quite a bit as well. We'll continue hosting golf travel and tourism writers and bloggers. In fact, we did have a guy that we brought in June who actually, if you play golf or you travel, you might be a little envious. He lives out of a customized Mercedes Sprinter van sponsored by Callaway Golf and some other major golf manufacturers, and he documents his time traveling the country. And as luck would have it, he was on the East Coast, and we got him onto the island he stayed almost 2 weeks, and he captured a lot of content that he published out over his social media channels to his tens of thousands. I think he's got 40,000 Instagram followers. But he's building a series or docu-series of two shows about his time on Hilton Head Island that will be debuting later this year or first part of 2021. So we're excited about that and through that relationship and expanding on that. And we'll also have other writers down and bloggers as well. And then the last thing, we've got a couple of assets with Golf Channel that are very, very instrumental in reaching those that are high-income demographic travelers. And we may have some funds there for their use as well. But talking very quickly, because I know we don't have a lot of time, Brad, I will let you take it from here and add anything you'd like to that, and then answer any questions. If Brad's there, Brad? Zendaya, do you see Brad on the line?
Hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
All right, sorry about that. No, I just, I know in the past that's come up, the $50,000 that the LGCOA is asking for, and then also within the supplementary ask from the chamber, they have about $210,000 there, and then why are they separated? And really, the only history I know is that about 15 years ago, the chairman of AIM-TAX asked us to split those out, and it has not been brought back together. I don't know if that's something you guys would like to see us change moving forward, but that's been the history there, and that's a question I noticed that came up a couple times over the last couple years, and I just wanted to give a little background on that, and then really answer any other questions you guys might have about the LGCOA.
Great, thank you so much, Brad, and I appreciate that color and that background on the split out. And for me, I don't see that as an issue. And Robbie, great presentation. I can, as an avid golfer, I can tell you, and I know Jim Fluker's an avid golfer as well. The courses have been packed, and so good job to the LGCOA in getting it out to make it a both a driver and an amplifier. We very much appreciate that. Again, it's very true. Hilton Head is considered the Gulf Island, and as things continue to progress, I think one of the positive impacts from COVID is the game of golf. A lot of people have had more time to play and to reconnect and enjoy it again. So I think that's great. What I will do is go ahead and open it up to the rest of the committee for questions right now.
I've got one. Jim Berghausen. Hi, guys.
Hi, Jim.
Two things. One is on a spreadsheet I show you carrying about $4,000 over into next year. Is that still your intention, or will that be spent before the end of the year? Or
Yes, Jim, that at the time, when that was submitted, we weren't quite sure, but it looks like the majority of that will be spent by year end. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we have additional press releases to release and to draft, and so we will, that will take up most of that.
Okay. The second thing is a little bit more difficult for me anyway. You guys don't supply any patron data, and there's kind of no statement of results for what you'd get for the $50,000, and I'm struggling with that. You're listing a lot of activities, but not what results, tangible results. You make a statement that all the individual courses have that, but then why? I don't understand why you don't get a roll up and show us some hard data about how the occupancy rate, in effect, like hotels cooperate and share occupancy data, or the room rates where you could show the percentage of available tea times that were booked, sold across your membership. We don't need to see individual courses, but we could see that number move. Are your efforts producing a tangible result? That help me.
Yeah,
Robbie, if you want to go through the return we've seen on the different folks that we brought back, that $200,000 worth of articles that we had, and then I'll touch on why we don't have something like the STAR report, which is what he's referring to from an accommodation standpoint in the golf industry.
Right. Yeah, Jim, great question. Something we've talked about for years. With public relations, unlike some of the events maybe that seek funding that can track patrons that come through the door that buy a ticket. With the PR effort, we're generating, the media attention to get their attention to drive them to the Golf Island website. So it's hard to track them from a PR standpoint to say that, okay, they read the article, they clicked on the website, and then they came in and booked at, say, Palmetto Dunes. Once they leave the Golf Island website and go to Brad's resort, for example, they will track them. And we're actually in discussions on how we collectively as a group answer that question for you, Jim. It is a hot button issue. Some properties, I think our resort partners, the big three, are very open to that. In the past, some of the private owned golf courses are a little hesitant on how much information they share or even how much they capture. So we're working very, very diligently and hard to produce some type of program where we all contribute and just show you collective numbers, not individual, for those that want to remain private. From the PR standpoint, the way we track PR compared to now marketing with the 210 that Brad mentioned is a little different from the tracking capabilities. On a PR standpoint, we track that from how much media did we earn. So on average, the last 5 or 6 years, we've had between $250,000 to $400,000 worth of what they call ad equivalency. Meaning, if we got a 4-page article that was in this publication, that equated about $70,000 for that piece there. So we add that type of stuff up, and then we present that in the reporting. But certainly understand your question there. Very, very valid question, and something we are working forward so that we can give you much more clarity on that. And then Brad, I think you had something to add.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a golf industry problem across the nation. The STAR report is something that the accommodations piece uses, and it's all the information you're looking for. Nowhere in the golf industry, no other location other than ours has that information. There is a service we're trying to use now, us, Sea Pines, and Heritage Golf has signed in on it, that we'll be able to get some of that information. The unfortunate problem with that is we're not going to be able to get a lot of these other golf courses that are privately owned or on the island because they're publicly, some of them are golf courses that can't share their information, so it wouldn't be a holistic view of what we're looking at. But what I was going to ask as well earlier, this is the first time we did a PowerPoint presentation for this. What you guys would like to see in future PowerPoint presentations to make this more digestible for what you're looking for. And I think this is a great point you made, is to get more numbers and statistics in there. And we can do that on where rounds as a whole for the area go up or down, but I don't know if we'll be able to dial in too far for you for what the systems we have currently.
And my interest is not in turning the apple cart upside down here and sending people off, making 3 new jobs to try to collect data that Berghausen asked for. But it sure would be nice to be able to quantify it somehow, something, if only the one number we mentioned.
And that's something we could definitely get for you.
Of course has that, and at least we could track, is it moving in the right direction, and there'll be effects of the economy and all kinds of, influences, but at least we'd have something to look at. And if we can get more insightful data than that, it'd be obviously wonderful, but at least something basic. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm asking.
That's something we can hunt. We have that now. We share the total rounds per golf courses, so we can look at rounds up or down year over year, and we've kept that information for the past 20 years, so we definitely have that in hand. We just don't have dollar per round and those type of revenue financials because everybody's not exactly comfortable sharing those type of numbers, but we can definitely, moving forward, share round numbers.
That'd be a start. That'd help. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and also, I'll add one quick thing to that is that, we tracking capabilities through the golf microsite have got every year they get better and better. And so, our goal is always, certainly moving forward with a PR effort, which is different than a marketing effort. If we're working with their interactive group to try to do some type of job to track people that say, hey, I did see that article and I did come in and request this information. So as those analytics and track capabilities have gotten stronger with that website, I think moving forward, hopefully we'll be able to show you more of that data from the PR standpoint, which has historically been a little bit harder to say, well, that effort drove 50,000 rounds. PR is just a little more tough with that. But great question, and we are working on it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Great. Great. Well, Robbie and Brad, great presentation. And again, if you guys can send us some of that before our final, just the overall rounds, and I know, John and Stephen can attest to the fact that rounds are definitely consistent through this fall, and glad to see it. And again, we know that the LGCOA has a great impact on that. It's just a matter of continuing to quantify it. And what I would say is commendable is that even in the time of COVID, your ask has remained consistent. So that's very thoughtful of all of the community partners. With the year looking like we will probably have less tax dollars to spend even than last year. So appreciate the consistency of the ask, and again, just thank you for what you and the LGCOA brings to our entire community. So if there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and end things from there.
Great. Thank you all.
Chairman.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Brad.
Have a great day. Good to see you all. Okay.
Great. Okay. We're a little behind. So Zendaya, is Andrew ready with the David M. Carmine's Memorial Foundation?
Yes, he and Kelly are online together. Kelly, are you there?
Yes, we are both here. Hey, everybody. Can you see us okay?
Sure can.
We're down in the bunker of Hudson Seafood. So. Andrew hasn't sit still this long in 20 years, so we'll make it quick.
We're cramped in a 8x9 space, and I'm about to bust out of my seat. But we're gonna put it together and make it happen.
I'll go ahead and share my screen for all of you.
You're good to go, Kelly. Go ahead and run right through.
Awesome, thank you. As you know, we were one of the few lucky ones to have an event, so I know we've got a few new committee members this year. So I'll breeze through and let Andrew sort of talk to you about a little bit of the history and kind of where we are at this point in our 14th year.
Yeah, so I've noticed that there's some new members to the committee, so I know for some of you this will serve as review. But I just thought maybe for those people that aren't as familiar, I'll run through really quickly the origins of the event and just kind of where we've come from and where we're going. My brother passed away in 2002 after battling cancer for a number of years. Following that, in 2003, my parents started the David M. Carmine's Foundation. We started doing a kayak festival with the help of Mike Overton at Hudson's, and the first year I think we had 150 of our closest friends there. In 2006 we moved that event to Shelter Cove Community Park, and we just didn't have the theme to really draw a crowd there, so we decided to reinvigorate the Hilton Head Island Seafood Festival, which was part of Springfest in the 1980s. From that point forward, we've really been off to the races. The first year was a success. We've really grown the event from just an event on Saturday to an event Friday and Saturday, and now we have a full week of events with celebrity chefs visiting from all over the country. And we have raised a lot of money for local charities, as well as provide huge economic impact to the island. We have been known to create a traffic jam or two in February, which I don't think that would have happened 15 years ago. But the island's changing, and people are coming here year-round now, which, by 2022, and that would be the 15th anniversary, we're hoping that we can surpass $1 million in funding to local charities and over $31 million in economic impact to the island. Some of those charities include, but are not limited to, the Coastal Discovery Museum, Island Rec Center Scholarship Fund, Port Royal Sound Foundation, We recently helped out with the Help for Hope initiative, which was hugely helpful to people on the island that were struggling due to restaurants being shut down for COVID. And countless other organizations on the island have been benefactors of our taking your investment and multiplying it and then distributing it to the community at large. Last year we had 14,000 plus attendees over a 7-day period. We are very fortunate to have Adfish, Kelly's outfit, does a great job of marketing, and I'll let her talk a little bit more of that. But we are, our host hotel was the Omni Oceanfront Resort. They host all of our guests and talent. And one thing to remember about talent is that when talent comes in, they're not coming by themselves. A lot of times the chefs have a sous chef with them. Our vendors have multiple people, 5, 6 people they bring to help market different events throughout the week. So we're putting a lot of heads in beds, and I think our folks at the Omni would be happy to attest to that. We also are partnering with Dunes Real Estate. So these realtors from Dunes Real Estate are bringing in large groups of people over the period of that week to showcase not only the homes on the island, which they're showing frequently, but also one of the premier events on the island, and showing them a good time, most importantly, so they can enjoy and be happy about the purchase that they make in Palmetto Dunes and elsewhere on the island.
And that's a big one too. I think they're very excited about the fact that their realtors have an opportunity to use us as what they call a delicious excuse. They're bringing in these families with our packages for the week and allowing them to stay. They've also partnered with Palmetto Dunes Resort in specific discounted facilities, homes and villas, so that they can look at property while they're here. I think that's one of the things that, especially now that real estate is so important, is gonna stick around for a while for us in 2021. So we're really, really excited about that too, as well as our talent that's coming in.
Absolutely. Last year, in the past, we've been competing with South Beach Wine and Food, and we've been competing in some regard with Charleston Wine and Food, which I believe was the week after our event. So we were kind of really bucking the trend and really running our event in February was supposedly is going to be tough to get talent, but we found that Brian Furman, the gentleman in the top left of your picture, and Bill Disson in the bottom right of your picture, they were both invited to those larger festivals and chose to come to our festival because of the way they're treated here, and they just really enjoy working with the folks that we have on the ground here, as opposed to going into this giant city and being treated like just another chef. So I think we've started the groundwork, and I'll talk a little bit more about our plans for the future as we progress here.
Absolutely. And we've had 2 chefs as well as a restaurant owner look at commercial property while they're here as well to expand their business. So that's another kind of residual that's been really fun to see happen in our growth. Obviously, we've got our demographics. You have a lot of information and you hear it from everyone. But the thing I want to note in these numbers when I was updating them this year is our growth in that 100,000 and higher mark. Last year, we started, our biggest chunk was at 75,000 and above. We've really been going hard for that culinary tourism / cultural tourism, because a lot of what our schedule of events includes is a lot of educational components. They're out on the water before they cook something, they're actually catching it, or they're hearing from the writer of the book before they eat the meal. Those 2 combinations marry together to bring in a much higher sort of affluency and a younger demographic as well. A lot of our attendees start in that 40 to 69 is a big chunk, but we also are leveling off where last year, I believe we were at 16% starting at 21. And we're slowly growing that. I don't ever want to see any of these numbers jump in a huge direction, because I want to know it's the right attendee. You always want that when alcohol is involved, but I think that's really important to note here is sort of that growth that we're going to continue to see over the next few years. There's a lot of top markets in here. I put our top 10 because they're all over the place. Hoffman Media has been so good to us. Their media reaches a lot in the Southeast and even more in the Northeast. So we've seen a lot more coming in from Birmingham, Alabama, from that northern Florida, Chicago, Richmond, and Charlottesville, Virginia. All the places, even similar to like St. Augustine, where there is a historical / coastal feel, we're really pulling hard from those areas. So we're very appreciative of that. As far as our reach goes, we've got a lot of growth that we're doing online. That's everyone's world right now. But again, here are the numbers in the year over year that we're seeing. Our digital campaigns are really important because of who we're partnering with. We do partner with James Beard Foundation. We partner with the higher end spirits. We get a lot back from our sweepstakes. So we're partnering with the airports, the airlines, and some of the credit card companies to make sure that we are offering our event as either a giveaway or a promotion to them as a travel package for our hotel partners, so that we're in turn growing our audience, whether it's on social media or in our email, or ever popular in your text alerts, which is also really popular for some of our 21 to 45 signing up for text messages. So that reach is really important to us, and we haven't forgotten the print as well. I live in a world where print is not dead. We still have, especially with COVID, a growth of tangible subscriptions that are meaningful. I think that that's very important. And if you weren't here last year when we presented, it was one of the first years that we had a partnership with Waze, which we will continue to do. They share with us the out-of-town traffic for the cars driving in, so that we can determine where we put our billboards. They're not necessarily your I-95 or your typical where people would tell you, because Waze is detouring people on 462 through Beaufort and through exit 5. So we've gone kind of an unconventional route with them, and we're really getting a lot of exposure on that sort of traditional print side using a digital partner to decide where we spend that money. So we're not necessarily getting rid of anything, but we're definitely doing a better job of conserving where we can.
One thing I wanted to say, just to add to something Kelly mentioned, she mentioned Hoffman Media. We started with Hoffman Media, I think 3 years ago, and it was kind of a getting the feet wet kind of scenario, and we nurtured the relationship, and we really kind of gave them a very good deal year one, and in the hopes that we would become a partner that they would be happy to have and proud to have. And I'm happy to say that, the bang for our buck that we get with them is a really good use of this funding, because the amount of advertisers or advertisees that we reach is much greater than the spend. So I just thought I'd mention that. So we're on to this schedule of events, and I guess this is where I should drop the bomb. We're definitely not going to have an event in February this year. I don't think that we could possibly have as successful an event and have an event that we could be safe and carry the events off with the quality that we wanted to. So, excuse me, I misspoke. We are going to have an event in 2021. We're just not doing it in February. We're actually going to move it to a really gutsy period, which is one of the slowest weeks of the year for Hilton Head, which is November 29th to December 5th. Historically, in our experience, the first 2 weeks of December are very, very quiet. And what we're hoping is that we can really drive some business to restaurants and hotels at a serious need period. I feel like people will travel for these higher end events. Most likely, we're probably not going to do the big Saturday event this year. It just doesn't seem like we want to try to gather 10,000 people at Honeyhorn when there's still so much uncertainty. I think we should. I hope that we can get back to that in the future, but I think for now, these higher end outdoor events and really, really good quality restaurant events is kind of the direction that we're going for. So these are events that are sort of educational events. The Low Country Experiences on the Water, Kelly mentioned earlier. My cousin has a company called May River Excursions where they actually take out 24 people 3 times a day. They show them how to throw the cast net for shrimp, show them how to harvest oysters, show them what blue crabbing's all about, and then they bring some of that food back to the restaurant and we prepare it for them and educate them further on those products. Those events have sold out the last 4 years in a row quicker than we can answer the phones. Pitmaster 101 is a barbecue enthusiasts instructional class. And that's been hugely, hugely successful, especially last year. We also are going to be doing celebrity chef master classes every day of the week. We have some new partners there. We may be doing multiple locations. And that brings me to my next exciting thing. We're looking at doing some dine around events. And the idea is that we would reach out to Michelin star chefs through a partnership that we're just trying to create. And those Michelin star chefs would come and take over different restaurants on Hilton Head on Saturday night. If we can pull this off, which I know we can, if we can't get Michelin, we can use James Beard, or we can use my friend Mark Murphy, who's a CHOP judge. I met him through a chamber event a couple years back. He's expressed an interest in coming. That's another thing about having this event in the first 2 weeks of December is that restaurants across the country are historically slow. It's not just Hilton Head. So we might be able to pull even more talent for these new events that we're looking to do. And it also is going to drive business to restaurants when they really, really need it. So that's what's new. We also have Mike Overton doing some historical tours, historical boat tours with people that want to do those. We have our pig picking and oyster roast, which has by far been my favorite event. That's out at Waddell or Honeyhorn, depending on how socially distant we are at that moment in time. Mm-hmm. We have our seafood champagne Sunday brunch. And that's a great event. We have a big media panel event where last year we had Robert Simonson from the New York Times there. We've had Amanda McNulty with Clemson Extension and Making It Grow. This is an event that really shines the light on Hilton Head. A lot of media coverage comes out of this event. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say about the Michelin star chef's idea, and that is that, you know, there's a certain cross-pollination of ideas that comes to light and takes place when you bring in talent from other areas. It invigorates the local chefs to learn and want to do things, and just it just really helps inject a little bit of I guess excitement in the local culinary scene, and I think that's something that we need here. This is the dine about that we were talking about here, and that's kind of the idea, is that the restaurants are going to be able to make some money in a need period.
And I think that also is something historically a lot of people don't know or understand about our big Saturday event is there is a silent auction that goes towards the charity, but the food that you buy, the things that you buy on site, the art, everything else that you do is going directly to that artist or that restaurant. We had about 24 restaurants each year that are walking away with thousands of dollars in February when they wouldn't normally. So this night on Saturday night would replace that revenue. We know that our restaurants are really working hard to follow everything as far as the safety guidelines and indoor, outdoor dining. There'll be opportunities for takeaway. There's just some really great options for a lot more people to get involved when we do have visiting chefs, and we will be providing to them, you know, an official spirit, which is donated to them, and as well as students that come in and work this event, the culinary students and volunteers from USCB. These kids have never worked with James Beard chefs or Michelin chefs, and it's an experience for a lifetime and a huge resume booster. So we're going to basically insert all of the talent and the resources into the restaurants and allow them to sell those seats and make the money that Saturday night. So I think that that's a really, it's a great backup plan for a Saturday. And it's something that we're really looking forward to. And I think will really drive a lot of people to get out, even if they're just locals, to see what's going on. So I know we've thrown a lot at you and you've had a very long day. After noon, it's hard. So we're happy to answer any and all questions and things that you might have for us.
Great. Thank you, Kelly and Andrew. Really appreciate the quality of the presentation. It sounds like you've got a lot of exciting things going on for next year, and also being very mindful with what you want to do with your event. I can totally appreciate you want to make sure it's the quality experience that you want, and it's been such a driver for such a long time that you want to make sure it's going to be a good quality experience. So can totally understand that. Appreciate the numbers quantifying that 14,000 in terms of the number of people, that are impacted. And again, for us, it's about the ATAC spend, and so again, those numbers go very, very far with us in terms of the overall driving effect. What I'd like to do is go ahead and open it up to questions from the committee.
Got two easy ones. Nice presentation, by the way. I think they're carry over to next year. I have on my spreadsheet about 45,000. Is that still right?
I believe we had a close, Zendaya can answer too. I believe 38,000 was what was left over before our last reimbursement. We were it's a blessing and a curse. We spent all of what we determined to do as part of our grant because we actually held the event. So we were able to utilize the entire 115 last year.
And use the entire 115. So you don't think you'll be carrying anything over in the next year? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. Yeah. That's fine. And then how do you collect your data on patrons?
We use USCB. They do the survey on Saturday. We have collected the data there because it's more, traditionally it has been a family-friendly event, so you don't have to be 21 and up. It's one of the only events, larger events on the island that allows that. But we also use our data from Admit One, which is our online ticketing agency. They provide all of the feedback from us when they purchase a ticket so that we can hold on to those clients in the future. They've been with us for about 4 years now, so they provide data as well.
Good, and I did look at the USCB survey they did for you, and I thought they did a really nice job for you too. I like that.
And I apologize. I should note in there that is just from Saturday. So when we do all of our data, we're adding in Admit One as well to that Saturday survey to average it out.
That's fine. You showed a visitor total and a tourist total. You didn't show any number for residents. Is that because it's not really separated out, or do you know, or know a resident number and it's buried in the visitor?
We do know a resident number, and I can send that to you for sure.
That would be helpful. But great, thank you. I thought you all have demonstrated how much thought you give to this whole event, and it's just really nicely done. Thank you.
Great. Well, are there any other questions from the committee members?
Kelly, I have a question. John Farrell, do you anticipate, I think you're absolutely right about that new date change, that is the November the 29th through December is really low occupancy. Could that work to your advantage based on the requirements for social distancing, or will it negatively impact your financial projections?
Well, what we're hoping is that we're able to draw the same number of people for the higher end events during the week. I feel very confident in our marketing. I feel very confident that food tourism is booming. and that people are traveling for that reason and looking for events to attend. Does it scare me a little bit that that's traditionally a need period for the island? Yes, but we'll just have to work that much harder to get those people here. And I think we can have a very successful higher end event that time of year and draw those people that you always hear folks talking about the quality or the quality of the tourist that's coming. And I think it'll be really interesting to have this conversation following that event, because I think that we'll have some really compelling data to show the kind of traffic that we brought to the island.
And I think it's really important to remember that Saturday is typically our highest drive market from the 30 to 40 mile radius for the day trippers. So in my mind, do I think people are going to check out of the hotel on Saturday and not stick around for Saturday night? No, because majority of ours are coming in on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The most popular packages that we sell are 4 nights. So they're actually checking in on Thursday and leaving Sunday after the brunch. We're lucky, Georgia just caught up with us. So our actual booze brunch on Sundays is earlier than most. So they're really happy to come and see us for brunch and then get on the road. I think that Saturday morning festival is primarily going to cut down on our numbers of people coming from Beaufort and Savannah and Bluffton.
A lot of that will be relative to weather too, because
correct,
the drive market people tend to make their decisions relative to the forecast, right? So
that's correct.
We're counting on good weather for you too. Sounds like you've worked awfully hard on this, so thank you for your answers.
Yeah, I just have one quick follow-up question for you both. I'm sorry, is if there would be a lessening in the restrictions, or is there any backup plan to have an event on Saturday, or is that just really going to be just not done this year?
Yeah, we've got a few ideas floating around for a daytime event. You
don't have to let the cat out of the bag. You have contingency plan.
Yes, we do have potential events that if it were allowed, we would flip the switch and start marketing them. I think the most important thing for us is making sure that we have the talent and the local chefs to make sure that those type of events can happen. As you all well know, I mean, it's a lot to leave your restaurant for an entire day and night. So we take that into consideration too, but we've got a lot of great partners in the Omni. We've got a lot of great partners in Tanger Outlets and some of the other players that are really willing to finance something on Saturday because they're all clamoring to fill that void. So we got a lot of options on the table if it's allowed.
Okay, it's just something I think too that we could take under consideration. So, that would be
and I want to mention one other thing, and I know that we've already said our piece, but I did want to mention that last year we asked for $138,000, I believe, and we did reduce our ask this year to $115,000.
Correct. All that, and very appreciative, especially in this time of need, that you guys, again, with it being such a large driver, that you're willing to lessen your ask. It's definitely more than noticed by the committee, so we do appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Well, if there's not any other questions, we'll go ahead and end this presentation. Thank you, Andrew, Kelly. A pleasure as always, and great presentation.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. I got to get him back outside. He's sweating.
Yeah, that's right. Get out of the cave. All right, we are moving on to the Hilton Head Island Land Trust. We are an entire session behind.
Miss Rivers and Miss Williams.
Drew.
Oh.
Yes, I'm here, Lauren.
I'm going to have to head off at about 3:50.
Okay. Go ahead, Miss Patterson. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. We are ready for you when you are.
All right. Well, I am here on behalf of the Hilton Head Island Land Trust. I am in my second year serving as the president of the land. Second year coming before you guys, your committee, to ask for some funds to work on Fort Howell. So last year we were extremely grateful and thankful to receive a $15,000 grant that we used to build a pathway share my screen and show you our presentation. All right. Hopefully this works. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this. So this is a picture of our pathway that we built with the ATAX funds from last year. And over the past few years, we've really focused on improving the interior of the fort and of the surrounding area of the fort to make it attractive and for visitors to understand what they're looking at when they come to the fort. And this year, one of our main goals, we want to work on expanding kind of the entranceway and the parking lot. Sometimes people pull into the parking lot we've seen online and they post that they don't understand where they're even supposed to enter the fort. Obviously, I've been there a number of times. I think it's clear, but I want it to be clear for all of our visitors so they feel welcome. In addition to enlarging and resurfacing the parking lot, we're also asking for a grant to add 2 bicycle racks to the parking lot and to redo 7 metal figures that are placed throughout the fort. As you guys probably remember or are aware, the Land Trust is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that was founded in 1987 to protect and preserve significant parcels of land on Hilton Head for the enjoyment of future generations. Fort Howell is one of our main properties. It's kind of the gem of the Land Trust, and it's the only fort on Hilton Head that's preserved and open to the public. The fort is open to the public every day during daylight hours for free, and we partner a lot with the town's Office of Cultural Affairs and Mitchellville Coastal Discovery Museum and Library host tours and to attract people to the fort. So just a little background of the fort. It's an earthen-built fort. It was built in 1864 during the Civil War by the 32nd U.S. Colored Infantry Regiment to protect the Freedmen's Village of Mitchellville. Fort Howell is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It's also on the Underground Railroad Network Freedom, sponsored by the National Park Service. We try to routinely provide guided tours in a partnership with the Coastal Discovery Museum. And last year I talked about this, how we received our ATAX grant and we built the pathway around the fort. And this has been a great hit with our visitors. Every time I go out to the fort, there are people walking the pathway. Our guest book is filled with comments of people saying they really enjoy getting a perspective and view of the fort. Is not what you would think of as a big wooden structure, something like Fort Sumter, but instead kind of looks like hills. They're earthen mounds, so it's really nice to be able to walk around the fort, see throughout and there are going to be signs that describe what you're looking at, so you get a totally different view of the fort, and you get to really appreciate the architecture and the skills from 1864, where people built this essentially by hand. It's very impressive. And down at the bottom left of the screen, it's showing one of the metal statues that we have throughout the fort that kind of depict what life was like at Fort Howell, whether you were a soldier. There's a statue of Harriet Tubman, who was involved in the area, as well as some of the generals and colonels who kind of oversaw the Fort Howell project. While our tours have been impacted, obviously, by COVID, still had lots of people going to the fort. We've been blessed that this is an outdoor area. This was a great thing to promote to people who live here on the island, who are somewhere close by where they can make a day trip to Hilton Head when they're bored, sick of sitting in their houses every Saturday. They were able to come out to the fort. And we also had a lot of tourists come, which we really appreciate. Thinking about our visitors, in 2020 so far, we've had at least 1,688 visitors. And as far as we know, 73 of these people were visitors and 1,380 tourists. This figure is up significantly. Last year, we only knew of 700 people who are visiting. We think one of the main reasons is the Pathway Project. We also have events at the end of 2019 that kind of helped boost our awareness, and Fort Howell's a little bit of a hidden gem. So we really have been grateful to partner with other established island organizations to help spread the word about Fort Howell. To calculate the number of people who visit the fort, we relied on information from various tours as well as our guest book. In our guest book, we get the best comments. There have been a lot of military who have visited the fort recently and have written that they really appreciate the preservation that has been done at the fort and the information that's provided about the history and how it was established. Also, at the suggestion of this committee last year, we installed a people counter. So that's been a great way for us to track exactly how many people are coming in and out of the fort, because unfortunately not everybody feels the need to sign our guest book. So we've really enjoyed that, and it's been a great tracking mechanism. And we've seen year after year that events centered around the history of the island draw visitors to Hilton Head. Last year, one of our big events was Historic Holidays on Hilton Head, where we partnered with the Heritage Library in Ville and the Coastal Discovery Museum town to host a lot of tours. And there's a picture from one of the tours down at the bottom of this slideshow. Unfortunately, obviously due to COVID, we're not going to be able to host that event in person this year, but we do plan to have all of the organizations put together videos, and we're going to put it online and promote it to a lot of different tourists and people through both WHII and through social media, which we're excited that we still were able to come up with some idea to promote these different historic events. So our parking lot. Specifically, this year, our grant is for $30,000, and one of our main projects is to provide a welcoming and soothing parking area for the many tourists and visitors of Howell by resurfacing. And you can see the current parking area is covered with disintegrated wood chips, which has essentially become mud. And so when it rains, which it does tend to do around here, the parking lot ends up looking like this picture right here with big ruts. The layout is only 100 feet long by 50 feet wide. And so it doesn't provide a really adequate spot for buses for all of our tours or for large SUVs, what the majority of visitors drive when they come to Hilton Head with their families. It's hard to get in and out of this parking lot. So it's our intention to partner with a local firm to redesign this parking lot. And up here is a depiction of one of the potential redesigns that shows a new flow with additional parking areas. Right now, we only have about 10 parking spots. This particular design would give us 19 different spots, as well as a clear entry and exit and a parking area for buses and other large vehicles. We would also then like to resurface the parking lot in a mixture of crushed recycled concrete palmetto mix. We think that this would allow people so that when they pull into Fort Howell, they understand what they're coming into and what they have to look forward to once they walk down the path. So we don't have people who pull in, think the parking lot is a little questionable or full of mud, and just drive away. Also, as part bundled in our $30,000 request is a request to continue our ongoing maintenance of the 7 metal figures placed throughout the fort. As I said earlier, these figures depict life on the fort and the notable people, including Harriet Tubman and Colonel Baird, who oversaw the construction of the fort. These statues really make the fort come alive for our visitors. Otherwise, you're essentially walking through a forest. So this gives you kind of a perspective of what the average soldier looked like, what life was like there, and who was involved with the construction of the fort in a way that you don't get from just reading. We also want to add 2 additional bike racks to provide storage areas for up to 20 bicycles. In light of the town's reputation as a bicycle-friendly community, regularly host bicycle tour groups of over 20 people for tours of the fort and Mitchellville, and we would like to provide them with a clear and easy way to store their bikes so that they are attracted to the fort, and we'll continue down the pathway to go check out the fort and our pathway. The expected economic impact. So we believe that the benefit and economic impact to the island's tourism is rooted in the enhancement of Fort Howell's appeal and their appeal to these visitors, which we think the parking lot is a great addition. It's the first thing that visitors see when they get there. They don't ever get out of their car. They can't walk inside and see our kiosk and our pathway and see the fort and understand the island's role in the history of the Civil War and that this fort had, and the fact that it was built to oversee the nation's first freedmen's village. Right now, I think in our time, culturally, there's a big interest in the history of our country and the history of Native Americans or African Americans in our country. And so we are blessed to be able to tie to that and to have played a role in that. And the island has such a rich history that I think goes undiscovered and not talked about. And so we want to continue to enhance Fort Howell so that tourists who are coming here for the beach and for golf can also appreciate the historic underpinnings of the island and the impact that our island had on the nation as a whole. We think that historic tourism has really started to build, and we had a really good momentum at the end of 2019 and the beginning of this year, and we hope to be able to continue to build on that. As you've heard from other presentations, people are still coming to Hilton Head. Whether there's a virus or not, they're still coming down here to enjoy our outdoor amenities. We think Fort Howell is one of the many historic outdoor amenities that our island has to offer. So we really think that it's important to continue to enhance this area, and we think that it would be very beneficial to the island and to our tourism to continue to enhance Fort Howell. Tried to keep it brief. I know you guys are running behind schedule and have had a long day. I'm the second to last one. So I'm happy to answer any of your questions, and I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you so much. It was a very, very good presentation. Thank you so much. And again, it's one of the historical sites around the island that truly is an active historical site. So it's great. And you know, we appreciate that you're coming to us with the needs. You answered the questions that I had, which was why the ask was more than last year, but it was obvious that there are more in the items this year than there were in last year. So with that, I will open it up to the rest of the committee.
Believe it or not, I don't have any.
Get out.
Wow.
That means you answered all the questions in your presentation. That's impressive.
I did listen to the last few in your questions, so I tried to anticipate.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, Russell, this is Rich Thomas, and you know, I love Fort Howell, and I take a lot of people to Fort Howell from time to time. And as you're thinking about expanding the parking area, have you given any thought to creating a view shed through the undergrowth that would allow people to actually see the walls of the fort from the parking area? Because almost everyone I get in there has difficulty imagining, you know, what they're trying to see because of the undergrowth that's in the way. But just a comment.
I think that is a very valid comment, and we're in the process of putting together a strategic plan for Fort Howell, and we've identified our top 5 goals for the next year. One of them is to trim the undergrowth, especially along this new pathway that we've put in. It would really help be able to see the different heights and different details of the fort and the fort walls if the undergrowth was cleared. So we are putting together a team of
Great.
volunteers who will regularly make.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, of
Keep
course.
up the good
and
work.
I know you've taken some people and tours to Fort Howell, and so we appreciate that support.
It's a pleasure to be able to take them there. Thanks for all the great work that's been going on at Fort Howell.
Of course, we're excited about it, and we hope to continue to build on our momentum from last year to keep improving the fort and keeping its draw to tourists.
Great. Well, good. Well, thank you so much. If there are no other further questions from the rest of the committee, we'll go ahead and end the presentation. Thank you so much, and appreciate all that you do for Fort Howell and the entire community.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. All right. With that, we're on to our last presentation of the day. Mr. Thomas, I know you're out. We will see you on the next one, and we will go from there. Looks like Joe is on, and we are ready for you to start, Joe. You're on mute.
Joe's laptop. But good afternoon, and welcome to Soundwaves at Caligny. I'm Alan. Oops. Am I seeing a wave?
You're good.
Okay, very good. Yeah, there was a little bit of a glitch there. My name's Alan Jordan. I'm the president and CEO of the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra. And thank you for your time today and for the extraordinary service you provide to our community as members of this volunteer committee. Now, while I was named president and CEO of the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra nearly 11 months ago, the COVID-19 pandemic has limited my ability to get to know the community and all the people that make this place so special. So please permit me to provide some introduction. I started working for orchestras 40 years ago as a student at the New England Conservatory of Music, spending summers at Tanglewood and helping out at the Boston Symphony during the school years. Following college, I held leadership positions with the Brevard Symphony in Florida, the New Hampshire Symphony, the Vermont Symphony for 16 years, and for the past 4 years with the Delaware Symphony. And now I'm going to attempt to share my screen if I can. Can you still hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, because it's asking me to enter an email address.
We are seeing your presentation with the Hilton Head.
Oh, you are? Good. Well,
Yes.
then forget it. If you can see my presentation, that's what matters. So why did I come to the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra? Well, in June of 2019, Mary Briggs, with whom I had become well acquainted through our National Orchestra Association, announced her retirement at conference. And sitting next to her, I thought, Hilton Head. A hotel lobby conversation, a couple of phone calls, and 2 interviews later, my wife, Karen, and I packed and headed south again. I would be preaching to the choir to talk about what a wonderful place this is, but it makes it easy to see why the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra has little trouble appealing to the broad geo-demographic. American symphony orchestras typically rely on concert series subscribers to make up the lion's share of their audience, and season ticket holders tend to be locals. That the HHSO's audience is comprised of about 25% each of visitors and tourists, as defined by South Carolina standards. Well, this is really remarkable. Slightly less than half are Hilton Head Island residents. Our annual international piano competition boasts even percentages of visitors and tourists. Year, I learned from information Mary shared at our national gatherings. A nationally recognized music director, John Morris Russell, whose long-held affinity for the area began with an affiliation with what is now the Savannah Philharmonic. John also happens to be the conductor of the Grammy-nominated Cincinnati Pops, as well as the Buffalo Philharmonic Pops. The revered Hilton Head International Piano Competition, recognized worldwide for showcasing some of the most gifted future stars, and which serves as a major annual draw to the region. I was stunned by how many people contact our office to find out the dates next year as they make their plans to visit Hilton Head. A 9-program orchestra series, which is the HHSO's core offering. Now, orchestras of similar budget sizes offer, on average, 6 concert series. And while many orchestras are currently reducing the number of core programs, the HHSO recently moved from single concerts to pairs due to high demand. Soundwaves at Coligny, our new performance venue, presents a variety of musical offerings in an intimate setting. Our multiple monthly series concerts were gaining traction until the pandemic forced our shutdown. The HHSO also offers an annual youth concerto competition and Chamber Music Institute, drawing top young musicians from across the Southeast and beyond for great music making and attracting family and friends to experience Hilton Head Island. So what does an organization whose primary function is to put 70 musicians on stage to perform for an audience of 1,000 do when you aren't allowed to do such things? Well, the HHSO has pivoted pretty quickly. Since early May, we have produced live Monday evening performances, live streamed from Soundwaves at Coligny free of charge, but we will gladly accept viewers' contributions, of course. To date, we have presented 25 events with an average weekly YouTube viewership of 279 and average playbacks of 272. And these viewers are tuning in from literally around the globe. Our second annual Chamber Music Institute moved to an online format with faculty members from Vanderbilt, Michigan, and Florida State Universities coaching students from across the U.S. and members of the public tuning in for 2 virtual recitals. Now, while not part of the ATAX-related activities, our Education and Community Engagement Department shifted to offering virtual sessions for students in Bluffton's Red Cedar Elementary School and the 2 public elementary schools on Hilton Head Island. Somewhat unintentionally, this adjustment now makes offerings that were offered in person to a maximum of 1,600 students now available to all 11,000 Beaufort County School District 1st through 5th graders. And instead of canceling our core offerings, has been recently announced, major ensembles including the Metropolitan Opera, New York Philharmonic, and just yesterday the Los Angeles Philharmonic, as well as symphonies in Boston and Nashville series. The fall programs are being shifted to late spring, and alternative repertoire using smaller ensembles performed for smaller distanced audiences has been planned. We will present 4 in-person holiday Pops concerts outdoors, featuring our brass and percussion sections, performing on the Soundwaves at Coligny patio for audiences of 249 each, right on Lagoon Road. The Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra has every intention of presenting live in-person concerts throughout 2021, and we will adapt to comply with the ever-evolving local, state, and national safety standards. We will also live stream performances whenever possible to reach patrons who are uncomfortable coming out, as well as others who are either unable to get to Hilton Head Island or know us from afar. We do actually have an awful lot of email addresses of Ohio residents. And while Condé Nast readers know a lot about Hilton Head Island, its beaches, golf, and tennis, biking, and great food, the historic, rich culture of the Gullah Geechee people is less heralded. Historic Mitchellville, the Gullah Museum, and others are making progress in converting a unique local story into a national treasure. And the HHSO has done its part by offering a Gullah-centric program every other February. Starting next July, and working with Mitchellville, the museum, and others, the HHSO will launch a new Gullah cultural series with performances of music and storytelling and visual art at Soundwaves at Coligny. We will also perform programs in Gullah community centers and share those programs with students at the Creative Arts and International Baccalaureate elementary schools. We hope these new offerings will pair well with other efforts to draw greater regional and national attention to Hilton Head Island's Gullah story. Well, the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra's contribution to local culture is not primarily through the spoken word. Indeed, it is through music. So I will close with a brief excerpt from our 2020 Hilton Head Island International Piano Competition Finals, featuring first prize winner, 15-year-old Kevin Chen from Calgary, Canada. This performance was perhaps the last live event on Hilton Head Island on Saturday, March 14th at First Presbyterian Church, and it was live streamed to approximately 9,000 households worldwide. The American Public Media Program
Hey, man,
performance
it's Bob
today.
Churchella. I hope you're well. I got a call today from a young lady at TD Bank.
Oops, I'm sorry about that. The American Public Media Program performance today, hosted by Fred Child, broadcast the entire performance nationally last month. And now, a little music.
Can anyone hear?
No. Yeah, there's no sound.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
I will send you guys the presentation. It's a blue jeans thing. So just continue on with your presentation, Mr. Jordan.
Okay, I will do that. I apologize. Best laid plans. Maximizing the promotional potential of Hilton Head Island is a partnership effort, and the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra is committed to playing its part in this endeavor. We appreciate the long and substantial support of our annual accommodation tax grant administered through this committee. Thank you for your continued help. HSSO Board Chair Bob Churchella is with us today, and we are happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Alan. Great presentation. Looking forward to seeing the video that you shared when Zendaya
Yeah,
shares
sorry
that all
about
with
that.
us.
We'll make sure you get it.
You know, it's been a Murphy's Law kind of day when it comes to Zoom, or blue jeans, my bad. So totally fine. What I would do is, and again, congratulations. Obviously, you know how big the shoes you have to fill from Mary Briggs. Great longtime member of the community, great builder of the arts through the Symphony Orchestra, and especially there with the sound waves room as well, and space and Caligny. So glad to see that the ATAX dollars are at work. And you know, for me, I don't have any questions at this point, but I would go ahead and open it up to the committee for questions.
I'll step in. It's Jim Berghausen. Hey, obviously the symphony is clearly a cherished enhancement to our environment, and it sure sounds like you're doing about everything, pulling out all the stops to do what you can to adjust. So hats off to you. The challenge is that $270,000 is a lot of money to us. It's a chunk out of there, and you got 3,700 tourists or so. So my ask would be is just please try to be sure you capture your tourist counts. Mm-hmm. Let us, help us help you. So get those counts in here because it makes a difference. It's not by far the only thing I look at, and but it's an important component to see how many tourists we're interfacing with in return for this $270,000. So just track that, and we should be good. Thank you very much. Nicely done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. John, you got a question?
No, I was just going to tell Joe, welcome here. I grew up at Tanglewood, so.
Oh.
I'm a Western Mass boy. So welcome here.
Heaven on earth in the summertime.
Well, best of luck to you. I grew up going to the BSO there forever.
Great.
Welcome.
I'm a Cincinnati boy, and first met John Morris Russell at a Steep Canyon Rangers concert in Cincinnati. So you can tell him that. Ask him what he was doing there. Okay.
Dating yourself.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, good. Well, if there's no other questions, again, great presentation, great data. Again, I think from Jim's perspective and our perspective, really when it comes down to nuts and bolts of decision making, it does come down to the amount of tour serve. What's the driving factor? So just continue, especially as you're pivoting and doing more and more events. The calculation of that data is going to be just ever so more important to us, this year and going forward. Again, don't yet have our number, but we do know that it will be impacted, presumably, this year with the COVID situation. So, but Alan, this has been a great presentation. Any other questions from any of the other committee members?
One thing I can mention is that over the summer, one of the benefits of having this break, we have actually pivoted to a new donor and patron database, which will also feature a new ticketing system. And I think we will have better success in tracking exactly where these people are that are ordering tickets. We'll be able to catch everybody but for the person that shows up at 2 minutes before concert time with the cash to come in. And we're not going to keep him from going inside, But other than that, we should be able to track them, and we will be capturing email addresses so that we can stay in touch with them.
Great. That is really, really positive news, and we're all about zip codes, so that's great. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for all you do.
Well, thank you. All right, thank you so much. That appears to end our last presentation. We made it through. We're a few people lighter, but thank you so much, everyone, for your time and dedication today. It was a long one. Before I drop off, Zendaya, is there anything else that you'd like to, or town staff needs to share with us before we conclude the meeting?
No, sir, not at this time. One thing that I will mention is our next meeting. The review and recommendation will be Thursday, November 5th. That's at 9 a.m. That will also be via Blue Jeans. So if you think of anything that you need additional information from applicants or, clarification, please reach out to me and let me know.
Great.
I'd like just a comment to Jim. Jim, I would ask you to not be apologetic for your level of participation, because as a newbie, I'm trying to learn. So, and you're helping with that a lot. So I want to thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm the other.
I would say that too. Jim and I have shared many an email. Your level of analytics is truly valued.
Yeah.
As I shared with you.
I'm trying to control it. So.
No. No, it's great. It's only better for our community, only better for our applicants. So we really, really appreciate it. And again, everyone, great job today. Both Stephen and Jim Fluker, great questions. And you too, John. Really just the level of participation is tremendous. This is a whole new format for us. Everyone stayed engaged and did everything they could. With that, we will stand adjourned, and I will see everyone the next time.
Great.
Thanks, Zendaya. Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zendaya. As always, you're the best.